Monday, September 29th, 2025 Lodging Tax Advisory Committee meeting for the city of Tumwater. With that, I am Councilmember Swarthout, and the first order of business, I'll call a roll call. Brittany, would you do the roll call for us?
Yes, Councilmember Eileen Swarthout,
Present.
Brian Reynolds,
Present.
Dave Bills,
Present.
Satpal Sohal.
Present.
Just one moment, we're having some technical difficulties. Committee member Sohal is joining us virtually via Zoom. Satpal, are you there?
Yes, can you not hear me? Hello?
Oh, yeah.
What's going on?
Hello?
Sounds like.
Yes, we hear you faintly. Hang on, we're having some technical difficulties in the chambers. Satpal, can you confirm your attendance one more time for us?
Yes, I'm present. Can you hear me fine now?
It's coming on. You're just very quiet. It's just the output. Is that what we're having issues with? Satpal, can you give us one more test and get as close to your
Sure.
microphone as possible?
Can you hear me now? Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
That is better, yes.
Okay,
Okay,
if you
so
need me to scream,
Councilmember,
just let me know.
thank you. Councilmember Swarthout, we have everyone present.
And I'd like to welcome everyone to the meeting today and like to introduce, if you'd like to introduce yourself, we'll start here to my right and with Mr. Bills and who you represent and how long have you been doing this?
Hi, I'm David Bills. I represent the Tumwater Area Chamber of Commerce. And I have been doing it not quite as long as Brian, but probably close to about 20 years now.
Thank you for your service.
I'm Brian Reynolds, from the Olympic Flight Museum. And yeah, I think I've been doing this over 20 years. It's a wonderful thing to just help out the community.
Thank you again. Thank you for your service. I'm Councilmember Swarthout, and gosh, I don't know how long I've been doing this, but I bow to their experience. All right, and let's see, we are going to be kind of a little bit ahead of
Do we want to ask
Okay.
Committee member Sohal to introduce
Okay, I'm so
himself?
sorry, Seth.
Oh, sure, it's okay. I'm Satpal Sohal, the owner of the La Quinta Inn and Suites. I have been doing this 10 years this year because we opened up 10 years ago.
Thank you, and you're our one hotelier, and we so appreciate your service to the community as well. You've been very instrumental in being on this board, so thank you.
I'm just sorry I can't
For
be
joining
there
us.
present today, but
Thank you for joining us from a remote world, and I'm sorry, sorry for almost missing you. So glad you could be with us today. So, well, very good. All right. So with that, the next order of business will be the approval of the minutes from the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee meeting from the September 23rd, 2024 and August 28th of 2025. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve those minutes.
And I'll second that.
All those in favor say aye.
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 I
The minutes have been approved. Are there any other introductions? We good? So now we can go ahead and start the presentation. We'll be a couple minutes ahead here. We've got our city.
Hello, I'm
Adams,
setting
our-
up for the visitors and convention.
Yeah, I'd like to.
Everybody like to come up. We're getting everybody shared on Zoom for you.
Should introduce Kelly Adams, who's new this year with us as far as years of experience with LTAC with Lacey, who now joins us as our Assistant City Administrator.
Good morning. I'm Emily Brooks, Director of Marketing and Community Engagement for Experience Olympia and beyond. Tourism is important to all of us, not because we get to showcase this incredible destination we all call home, but also because it's an economic driver. It brings in new money to the area, and that money doesn't just stay within our hotels or attractions, it circulates throughout the community. It supports what locals value most, our quality of life, our sense of place, and the essential community services and jobs that keep Tumwater and Thurston County vibrant. At Experience Olympia and Beyond, we are the official destination marketing organization for all of Thurston County, including Tumwater. We are committed to using all public funds, lodging taxes, explicitly for identifying, communicating with, and attracting visitors from 50+ miles away, with the goal of filling Tumwater hotels. Our work regenerates the lodging taxes that we are awarded. Lodging taxes we receive are never spent targeting customers already in market that will not replenish the lodging taxes. We are asking for $61,000 to support our work that runs continuously 365 days a year, promoting Tumwater to those 50+ miles and most likely to stay the night. We specifically target visitation need periods to fill much needed gaps in hotel bookings. We leverage a wide array of research tools, including economic impact studies, visitor sentiment surveys, geofencing technology, and lodging data. These tools reveal not only where visitors travel from, but also what they do once they arrive, where they stay, putting heads in beds, enabling us to make highly targeted marketing decisions that maximize lodging revenue and economic impact. On average, visitors coming to Tumwater travel in about 2.5 people parties and stay just over 2 days. They're coming majority from Vancouver, Washington, Portland, Oregon, Seattle, Longview, and Everett. We asked potential Tumwater visitors in summer of 2025 the most effective resources they turn to for travel inspiration. Their top resources were websites found via search engine, as in our friend Google, online content, official printed visitor guides, and emails. These are the exact channels Experience Olympia and Beyond invests in to reach potential travelers to ensure they are keeping our destination top of mind when considering travel options. Here you will see the Tumwater Community Guide. This content is also in the 2025-2026 Visitor Guide, which has a print distribution of over 60,000. It's also available online. These are examples of Tumwater social media posts. I know they're a little small. And also on the right is a digital programmatic advertisement that we serve to people all 50+ miles away. We continuously update content on our website, including the Experience Tumwater domain, ensuring that our website is the #1 planning resource for all those coming or wanting to visit Tumwater. Our Sports Commission works year-round to incentivize and support youth and adult sports events within the city of Tumwater. In the summer of 2026, we are looking forward to being the presenting sponsor of the American Junior Golf Association tournament and to continue to host the WIAA Golf State Championships at Tumwater Valley Golf Club. Our methodology captures visitation based on all of our marketing efforts. This is a sustainable approach to confidently and transparently demonstrate attendance across the following visitor categories. And yes, they're all different. Visitors 50+ miles away, day visitors, overnight visitors, paid lodging visitors, unpaid lodging overnight visitors, out-of-state visitors, and paid lodging nights. This approach is tied to our overall visitor volume and economic impact reported, lodging to statistics, and campaign performance of our digital programmatic advertising. In 2026, we estimate the overall attendance and visitation to Tumwater, based on our efforts, will be 53,029 visitors. And 7.2% of our ad exposed visitors will stay overnight in paid lodging. That's 6,964 visitors, generating 16,712 paid lodging room nights. When visitor volume increases as a result of our efforts, whether through our targeted advertising or event-driven travel, the city benefits through increased lodging and sales taxes. These funds not only demonstrate a clear return on investment, but also create a self-sustaining cycle that fuels future LTAC funding, along with marketing, supporting local businesses, and enhancing community vibrancy. Continued investment in these proven strategies we do at Experience Olympia and Beyond ensures Tumwater remains competitive, visible, and top of mind for travelers. Unlike most LTAC events that take place over 1 or 2 days, our work happens 365 days a year, continuously inspiring travel, strengthening our destination's visibility, and supporting long-term tourism growth. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Do you have any questions for Emily?
I don't think so. Doing a great job. Thank you.
Just one real quick question. What's the method that you use to drive your estimates of visitors?
Yeah. So our method, let me look at my notes because I don't want to misspeak. It starts with using the full visitor volume of Thurston County. And then we're able to drive that based on POIs, points of interest, and drill that down into each community within Thurston County. We're then able to take different POIs, so we can take different hotels that people are staying at. That all is put into a calculation and goes into the numbers. So it's all based on data and tracking people.
Thank you.
Yes.
And I appreciate you probably already covered this in your presentation, but since COVID, how these last couple of years, how are things as far as the statistics for overnight stays and things? What is your trend and what are you seeing?
We're seeing 2024 was a really good year. And 2025 has been a little bit mixed. We're seeing that nationally. It's not just Thurston County or just Tumwater. We're expecting 2026 to be kind of in between 2024 and 2025. That's what The Economist and what other people in the tourism industry are anticipating.
We're wondering the effect of, I heard the Canadian travelers are off a bit as far as that's kind of affecting some of our travel. So I was wondering
A little bit, yeah.
something on NPR about that.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation.
So actually, what I'm going to do is move this over to the folder so it's there permanently. And then here, I'm going to share the screen.
Trying to stay.
Hey, good morning. I'm Kristen. I do the South Sound Block Party, which is the music festival in town. We just wrapped our festival last month before August, at the end of August. So this is just a bit of a recap for you guys. We do it down on the Port of Olympia. Has anybody been to the festival? Oh, you're missing out. Okay, well, we do it down in the Port of Olympia. It's on the water. It's gorgeous. One big stage, 2 days. Takes us about 4 days to kind of set up and tear down totally. Right during the middle of the pandemic, we, as a music industry, lobbied the national government, for dollars to stay afloat. And one of the big data points that came out of that is this one here that I love to talk about in the LTAC meetings, which is for every dollar spent on a concert ticket, 12 is generated in the local economy, bars, restaurants, ride shares, parking, all that good stuff. And our average ticket price is about $65. So that's just real money that gets pumped back into the local economy. And I bring that up because at a lot of these meetings, folks are here doing similar type music events that are free. And I think that those are great events to have and really important for the community at large and accessibility. But it is the paid events that are moving the needle on the local economy here. Here's some trends of our ticket buyers. This was our 4th year, really successful year we had, but some trends that we've noticed over the last 4 years, and the last 2 in particular, where I think we've dialed it in pretty tight, but 61% came from outside of a 50-mile radius. This year we sold tickets in 23 different states. The advance sales were largely from outside of our region, which was really exciting. And we've gotten a couple of nice, big regional and national press hits that is kind of solidifying our look as a destination festival, which is kind of fun. The last bullet point is really inspiring for me, which is that ticket prices increased 53% in the 2 weeks leading up to the event. This is on par with the industry standard, which is the only thing that is industry standard for this event. This is such a unique little region. Inside of the meta world, we can grab the data on the bottom right. So our average age and more women than men. It's pretty standard here. Overall, our attendance was slightly lower this year, which I knew was going to happen. Last year's headliner was a huge regional superstar kind of thing, and our budget wasn't fully funded for this year, so I couldn't really go after the higher, bigger tier talent. But it wasn't light by any stretch. Felt really good. Let's see what else is in here. I guess this slide is mostly just saying, when we're fully funded, I know that I can bring more and more people, but we didn't really have it this year, so I had a slightly smaller talent budget. The big thing for me when booking talent for this event is that for the last 4 years, I've really relied on this like emotional plea and, attaching ourselves to bands who have a regional history. The 2 things that are going on with that is that I'm running out of bands that have like a local attachment. There's only a few left. And the emotional plea is getting a little tired inside of the industry. Like people are like, we don't care about your region, like we're not from here. We don't have this attachment to it and wanting it to succeed. So I say all that to illustrate that I'm just going to have to start paying full price for people coming up. I think I have about a year or so left of the emotional plea. So that's just an emotional plea for me to be fully funded every time I do these LTAC meetings. Overnights, which is what you guys want to see. Our host hotel sold out Thursday through Sunday. There were no Airbnbs in the region that weekend. We as a festival purchased more than 35 rooms for the weekend. Minimum of 5 staff were in Airbnbs. We also had one internally. A few people camped. And then that stat on the bottom, for the municipalities who participated and gave us LTAC funds, we featured a bunch of the different hotels on the website, had a bunch of clicks, a bunch of unique users. And then that's just a snapshot on the right of the hotel data we got from the DoubleTree of where people booked that used that click through there. And that's just the ones that we could track. This one I like to talk about a lot. We employed over 41 people with $55,000 paid that weekend. Nobody's had a wage increase in 4 years, and 100% of the folks who worked and volunteered for us have committed to come back. So I love that data point. it's just, for me, it just shows that our folks are very mission driven and enjoying what we do for that weekend. These are just some of the local businesses that we patronize throughout the course of the weekend and set up and tear down. I'm sure you'll see some folks that you know there. And then our nonprofit partnership, who runs our bar. They're a hyper-local mutual aid nonprofit that works here in Thurston County. They do, in my opinion, like some of the best work when you're talking about nonprofits, right? These are folks who are really putting help into our community. So backpacks for the kids when they go back to school, meals for the elderly, meals, gifts, trees, and stuff during the holidays. It's a really amazing organization that's here and local. And then anything that was unopened food and drink wise, we donated to Eggy Hop and to Evergreen Treatment Services. And that was like a lot of your backstage hospitality and stuff that just didn't get used. This was a big year for us with going green. Sunbelt, gave us the homie hookup, quite frankly. We didn't have any diesel generators on site, which was not only so much quieter and more just attractive, but it's a super cool system that Sunbelt set up and really gave it to us cheap. And they did that because they want to figure out how to do more events with this. So we had 2 really big batteries that ran the entire site. And honestly, we could have gotten away with one of them, which is what we learned, which was interesting. So battery charger, and yeah, we were really proud of that. We toured a lot of people through that system. It was really, really impressive to see. Ad spend, influence, and reach. I think this really speaks a lot to our sponsors, but I like to include it in this presentation. Our digital reach is pretty big. It's actually bigger than I anticipated it being by year 4. A lot of users, a lot of influence, a lot of reach. And then of course the visibility right in the 2 weeks leading up to it just get huge, and tons of hits, tons of looks, and growing. Our email list alone is 11,000 and change, and still growing, about 5 people a week in the off season. Like, we're not marketing at all right now, but this word of mouth has just kind of snowballed and is getting bigger. Lessons learned, overall, I gave this a pretty solid A. But again, if I can get fully funded, I can raise ticket prices if I need to, but I'll sell more tickets and we'll have more revenue on that side. Again, I knew this wasn't going to be the biggest year that we've ever had, but sustainability is a growth strategy for us. It's like every year can't outdo itself. I don't think that that's going to be a sustainable practice. So being able to kind of sustain and dial in and really focus on the details was something we did this year. Everything is more expensive. Every single vendor that I used this year had just a 5% increase. No reason, just everything's more expensive. So again, that's just something we're gonna have to deal with, whether it comes to sponsorship or fully funded through LTAC. We got a ton of positive feedback this year on just the details and things being dialed in, whether it was the fans that people and volunteers were handing out because it was super hot, or the alternative entertainment that I like to call. Like, I hired a couple of roaming magicians and jugglers and just kind of stuff to do in between sets that kept folks engaged. So those things really worked well, and I think we'll do more of that next year. Again, the staff retention rate was amazing, 99% staff retention over the last 4 years. And that's pretty impressive, again, without a pay increase. The volunteer crew was smaller this year than normal, but they were super, super amazing. And we found I identified a couple of folks that, should we be able to be fully funded, that we'll hire for sure next year. And then year 5 coming up. I have a couple offers out right now that are pretty massive and I think would be an absolute game changer for the region and the festival, just in terms of growth. Trying to make year 5 like a big growth year for us, and outdo last year, which was our biggest year to date. But overall, really successful year. I'm super grateful for Tumwater's continued support. You guys have been here since year 1, so been really great. This is something we do next month, or November rather. This is a little bit of our give back to the community. So equal parts workforce development, and just kind of networking. We do this music summit that's free. It's and basically the way I do it is I bring all of my little industry friends from Seattle and Portland and Idaho and those festivals there, sit them on a panel and have them yap about how to be a band and what that means, and try to get the bigger cities to understand that there are a ton of bands in the South Sound that they just might not know about because they're not down here. And it's been a really fun event, and the money that we have left over, anything that we make from the festival goes into this, and we give those folks resources. We do panels, breakout sessions, that kind of stuff. And that's next month. This is a feedback thing we use with our internal staff called Keep, Scrap, Adapt. We just ask people what they want to keep, what they think we should scrap, and what things should be adapted. And so that's just a little overview there. Obviously, our location is amazing. The layout, we do a scaled pricing system that everybody likes. Staff positions we love. VIP pickup party the night before is always fun. Bike parking we have that's free. This year we added a bracelet making station. That was a surprise hit on site. Everybody really liked that. Our meta campaigns were really great, so we're going to keep that ad team that we were using. Some of the stuff that we're not going to do again this year, did a really late in the game radio campaign with a local radio station. They kind of pressured me into it, and it took me away for about a week or so to like get them content and get them what they needed, and it had no ROI. So I was pretty annoyed with that. I was pretty annoyed with that one. Just took a lot of time and energy. We did an email campaign with KGY, which in the last 2 years has been super reactive. But this year it just returned a lot of the same data. Like that hadn't grown a lot. So we'll probably scrap that, and that'll save us a few $1,000s. And then Adapt, we got a lot of requests to add a sensory zone. I'm not exactly sure how we'll pull that off, but it's something we're looking into. The staff, as I said, has to have some pay increases. And then I think, again, we'll increase that alternative entertainment, mimes, clowns, jugglers, that kind of stuff. Those magicians went over really well. So that was kind of fun. Yeah, those are just some photos for the events. Kids under 12 are free, so that's always fun to see. Yeah, that's it for me. Any questions?
I have a couple. So this is down in the Port Peninsula, is that right?
It
Where its
is the
location?
North Point. Yeah. So out there by the old radio station and Anthony's Hearthfire,
Okay.
the big empty parking lot.
And who's your target audience, say? Do you have a target audience that you're
Yeah, of course. The target audience is, your typical blue collar human that loves live music. We are targeting locally 25 to 44. Our average age was up there is like 36 and change. Yeah, we're looking for music lovers, barbecuers, people who like food trucks, people who like to dance. One thing I've noticed about the audience here in Thurston County is it's not a very sophisticated music audience. And when I say that, I mean like they're not into music discovery. They know what they like. They like the legacy acts. They're willing to be exposed to newer things, but it's not going to be your hip on cycle current pop star, right? It's going to be your legacy acts, that the names and the songs we know. And then while you're there, you'll be like, oh, I do like this thing that I've never heard of.
Okay. And another question. Are you saying that your attendance is affected by your acts then?
Oh yeah.
So is that the biggest driver in your attendance, is your acts?
Yeah, that's what I learned in year 3 and in year 4 is like once I grabbed that kind of 90s legacy act that people knew, or they knew the hits, or they knew whatever, that went in. My first 2 years, it was booking like the cool stuff that younger folks or like major market folks understood and knew, and that just really fell flat. What succeeds in Seattle doesn't necessarily succeed down here, and that's a conversation I have to have with every booking agent. It's when they're pushing me this new hot thing that personally I really like, I'm like, this is amazing. It means nothing in the South Sound.
Yeah, even though we haven't been there, my 27-year-old daughter loves your show. So
Oh, nice, amazing.
thank you.
I had a question about, let's see, so your request, and then are you being funded through has Olympia, have you had your funding
Yeah,
yet?
Olympia is our biggest driver, and then I come to you guys and Lacey for the same.
Right, have they funded you yet? Have you? Olympia funded?
No, I think that meeting is in a week or two.
Okay.
This is the first one, I think, of the year.
Because I was just looking at, you have like a smaller ask from Olympia than you do from Tumwater.
I have a larger ask from Olympia and a significantly smaller ask from Tumwater and Lacey.
I agree with what you're saying because that's not what it says here.
Yeah. We're looking at
It says
what's-
Olympia, your ask was 8,500, I think in Tumwater.
Oh, I think that's missing a zero. That is definitely missing a zero. Yeah.
Right, yeah, we were looking at.
So that's the type error that we're looking at.
It's definitely a typo, yeah. Olympia last year, I believe, gave us 75,000. And this year, I believe I asked for 85.
Oh, it must be 85,000? Okay.
Mhm.
Right.
Good catch.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks for your time and the
Thank you.
support.
It's a good catch.
Jill, did you bring a thumb drive? Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want me to just?
I think you're good to go. Is the timer good?
Great.
Wait.
Okay. Hi.
Ready?
Oh, are you ready?
Yeah, are we ready?
Yeah.
Great. Hi, I'm Jill Barnes, the Executive Director of the Washington Center for the Performing Arts. Thank you so much for your past support of the Washington Center and for your support in the community and for inviting us here today. Okay. As a reminder, the Washington Center operates year-round, including during shoulder seasons when outdoor events and local recreation can slow. In our last season, we ran 344 events across multiple venues. This includes all performances, open houses, gallery receptions, rental events, rehearsals at the Washington Center, at Harlequin through December, and at SPSCC's Minart Center for the Arts. This year, year-round operations ensures a consistent flow of visitors at Tumwater's hotels, restaurants, and shops and beyond. We had 28 sold-out shows last year. Some of them included Henry Cho, A Magical Sir Christmas, which sold so well, we added a second one and sold that out. Lyle Lovett, Menopause the Musical, David Sedaris, among many others, attracting over 103,000 attendees. We have incredible volunteer support for these events that amass just under 12,000 hours from over 200 volunteers, and that really demonstrates the enthusiasm and support for our mission by our community. We serve local patrons and residents, including Tumwater. We have many volunteers from Tumwater, including Ellen Matheny, Tumwater's 2025 Volunteer of the Year. You know her value, and so do we. We're so lucky to be able to work with her in that capacity. We also have many Tumwater vendors. LTAC support funds our strategic marketing plan to promote events and activities, which in turn enhances tourism here in Tumwater. It's well documented that the arts tourists spend twice as much as their local counterparts. South Sound Block Party shared some data about that as well. This past spring, we sent a survey to, we're able to collect as much information as we can, right, when we get ticket purchases, but we did want to learn a little bit more. So we sent a survey to patrons who purchased from 50 miles or more away, and we quickly had a robust and enthusiastic response, which kind of surprised me how quickly people responded to this survey. And I think that they were really excited to share with us, and I'm excited to share with you what we learned. Almost 86% of survey respondents say that attending an event at the center was their primary purpose, showing the arts as the reason for their travel. 63% stayed overnight, and 35% were in paid accommodations. 81% of respondents visited local restaurants and businesses, and over the course of the season, we had patrons from 35 of Washington's 39 counties and visitors from 40 states and 3 countries. And it's not only patrons that stay in paid accommodations. For example, when the National Broadway tour of the Book of Mormon came for 2 sold-out shows this past August, the cast and crew booked 17 rooms at the Tumwater Spark by Hilton, as well as 35 rooms at the Tumwater Inn, Holiday Inn in Tumwater. Yes. Their hotel stays lasted at least 2 nights. Some of them were 3. And this single production infused direct spending into Tumwater's lodging sector, in addition to restaurant meals, transportation, and other services, demonstrating the tangible benefits of arts tourism on the local economy. In fact, the Book of Mormon had zip codes from 34 of 39 Washington state counties and ticket buyers from Oregon, Nevada, Arizona, Utah, Texas, Pennsylvania, and Florida. It was a really big deal for us and for our community, and I'm super proud of how everyone showed up. To talk a little bit about our marketing, we are putting more and more efforts, of course, on digital marketing and digital advertising through targeted online ads, search engine marketing, and retargeting campaigns. So our Google search campaign is an evergreen. We have an evergreen campaign that runs year-round using keywords related to events and things to do while visiting, as well as more brand-specific keywords. Our show-specific campaigns use keywords related to events we have coming up in the season. Event keywords are then analyzed for potential traction and added to the search campaign based on how successful we predict they will be. We also use, you can see up there, a PMAX, Performance Max campaign. It's an automated goal-based Google Ads campaign that uses AI to run ads across all Google channels, including search, display, YouTube, Gmail, Maps, and Discover. Our email marketing campaigns are very effective. We use them for event announcements, pre-sales, reminders, travel information for out-of-town guests. We sent a total of we sent over 1.6 million emails last year, and we have an open rate of 38.4%, which is actually 4% higher than the average open rate for other venues and among the highest rate for other sectors. There's a few that beat us out as far as the sector. And then, of course, we have 24/7 ticketing with our online platform, which is also mobile. We do active promotion through social media and engagement on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and other platforms. And we have local media placements as well in regional newspapers, magazines, radio, and television. And I do want to mention that we highly value the content that Experience Olympia and Beyond provides so that we can share hotel, dining, and local attraction information on our website, ticket confirmations, and performance reminders. We all need to work together to get all that information and share it out. You know, we've been fortunate to receive funding from the city of Tumwater through the lodging tax for many, many years. So I wanted to share with you a little historic look. Over the past decade, the Washington Center has demonstrated remarkable growth in presented ticket sales. These are when I say presented, I mean the ones that you'll see in the brochure that the Washington Center is bringing in. I'm not including all of our rental events when I say that. And this reflects our expanding reach and impact. Variances year over year clearly depend on the quantity of shows and the ticket prices that we're charging. And you can clearly see where the pandemic is. I am very pleased with our recovery and current momentum. While the 2026 figure that you see there is just slightly lower than 2025, it reflects our budgeted number for this year. We start our fiscal year in July, and we hope that it will go up as we add additional shows that we just haven't formally contracted with yet. Just another way to look at all of this, pre-pandemic in 2019, talking about our presented shows and any rental event, so anything that we sold tickets for, we sold about million in tickets. And last year we did 2.9. So that's some really great growth overall, not just for our presented events, but for all of our rentals, our local community, artistic partners that use the facility. And we've seen a real uptick as well of promoters using our venue. We do have an amazing season coming up in 2026. We know that we'll be drawing from visitors far and wide. Highlights include the world premiere of Stories from the Warrior Society. This is a powerful new work created in partnership with Indigenous Performance Productions. We've got Dirty Dancing live in concert. We're thrilled to welcome back audience's favorite Pink Martini and showcase the global music diversity of International Guitar Night. For fans of nostalgia and interactivity, we have yesterday and today, it's a Beatles by Request show. It offers a one-of-a-kind experience. I'm really excited for Cirque Mechanics that's coming in with their new gravity-defying show called Tilt. Dance lovers will be captivated by Pilobolus. And for those seeking some cheeky fun, the Naked Magicians. Yes, we're bringing them back. They sold out 6 years ago. And not everything's for everyone, but we do have something for everyone. Families will be dazzled by The Wizard of Oz on ice at the Washington Center. You have to see it to believe it. And closing out the season, we have the Waylon Jennies coming in. They're already our top selling show for the season with well over 70% of tickets sold for that. And that's in May. And there's a lot more, which is why we shared our brochure with you. It has our subscription season in there. We have another show that's already added in. We shared our gallery programming with you. And yeah, with that, I'd like to just thank you again for your work on the Lodging Tax Committee and our communities and making it really a wonderful place to raise a family and to work and to shop and to dine and to live in. So thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have for me.
Any questions?
I don't. It's a good presentation.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm good.
I was looking at that one down. When did you guys do your remodel? The year that you did? Because I was wondering. if that
Oh,
was the
right.
year-
So yeah, let me
you
go
had
back to
wonderful
that.
Dip, and I'm
So,
wondering
whoops.
if that reflected.
Yeah,
the
that
year
was,
you did your.
we had a few months that we didn't have events.
COVID
So
was 21, so.
that was in,
Yeah.
okay, so
We
we've
do
21, fiscal year 21 was the pandemic. And
Right.
then 22, that was an interesting year too. Like there was, remember this brief honeymoon period where everyone thought everything was great. And then
I was
yeah,
just
that was that. And
You
then,
guys, went through a remodel.
yeah, and then we had our remodel after that and we were closed from July through October. Yeah, so we had several months that we were closed. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, these are fiscal years from July 1 through June. So
Yep, awesome. Looks like a really great season.
yeah, we're really excited. Hope to see you all there at some point. All right, well, let me know if you ever have any follow-up questions and thank you again. And you do really great work here.
Thanks,
I
Jim.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for all you do for our community too. Appreciate that.
Set up here, just a moment.
A little ahead of schedule.
You can put the phone, you don't have. You can take a few minutes if you want. Sorry. Kelly, we're going to take a break here.
Would you mind dragging whatever the presentation is over to that folder?
No, but we can short break, I think, and take advantage of it.
I do PowerPoint or PDF? Probably PowerPoint. Okay. Okay, I'll try PowerPoint. That worked.
All right, and so in this way, I can give you back your USB stick.
And then back your USB and let's see if we can run it.
Thinks I hate him. I never answer his calls. So important, Davis.
Beautiful. I'm going to close this up.
That's what I've done. Need the breaks.
Share.
Starts to run again.
I'm gonna put that full screen.
Yeah.
And then there's your clicker. So we're just taking
Okay.
a few minutes. We're a little ahead of schedule today.
Right.
I hold up something to see if I can move left.
Oh, I can see the,
Oh, you can see.
yeah, I can see that. Thank you. And I was like, oh, now I can see what Debbie looks at. So, yeah, I'm like, oh, that.
Should double check, make sure Seth Paul's still with us. He hasn't asked a question yet.
Wait, no. Seth,
Yeah, shows you online still. I'll send that
Seth,
back.
always sorry we're not asking, including you in questions.
Mhm. It's hard when there's so many.
See the meeting?
Was Seth Paul gonna help us do that? Or we want to do something different?
No. Something. He's gonna reach out. This is not open yet. There's that new one. He knew the person that's open. Okay.
With that, we're gonna have to go knock on the door.
Yeah, got that one that'll be open in my Home Depot. So there's,
We need to go knock on the door and
for sure, because that.
Feel bad hitting the timer before everybody's
Well,
ready.
and that was it, because they're just starting without us, yeah, so. We'll start now. Thank you. Appreciate that. You ready?
yeah, let's go.
Good.
Sure, okay.
Ready?
All right. Our next presenter is the Tumwater Soccer Club. Take it away, Craig.
All right. Hello.
Welcome.
My name's Craig Boone. I'm with Tumwater Soccer Club. I'm the Kick in the Grass director, which is our annual fundraiser. It's a big soccer tournament. So I'm here today to tell you about a little bit about our club and also mostly about the soccer tournament. Okay, what is Tumwater Soccer Club? We're a nonprofit organization made up of volunteer coaches and board members. And pretty, our purpose is to give the youth of Tumwater the opportunity to play soccer. And all the benefits that come with it, making friends and exercise and all those things, getting outdoors. So things we do, we facilitate 3 recreational soccer leagues each year. There's a spring season, a summer season, and a fall season. And that's for players that are U8 to U19 in age. We also conduct a junior soccer program for the little guys twice a year. There's usually one in the spring and one in the fall. And I think it goes on for 6 weeks, 2 nights a week. And they get to go out there and run around crazy. So, let's see, we also host our big fundraiser, the Kick in the Grass Soccer Tournament, once a year. That's usually in mid-July. And we also award scholarships to high school seniors that are graduating that played for our club at least one season. This past year, we awarded 6 scholarships. And then we also make donations to improve or create soccer facilities. And this recently, we've donated goals to Peter G. Elementary. Over the past, I don't know, 10 years or so, we donated goals to all of the elementary schools and to the high schools and stuff. And then also recently, we donated money to the Capitol Soccer Fields complex so that they could put in irrigation and create 2 new soccer fields. So our Kick and Grass soccer tournament, it's our once a year fundraiser. And it's the longest running soccer tournament in Washington State. This coming year will be the 47th tournament. Teams come from all over the state to participate. And this past summer, we had 79 teams, which resulted in 150 games played on 15 different fields around Tumwater. And we estimate that the tournament attracted about 6,000 people to Tumwater for the weekend. This is kind of small, but this is a little table showing the hometowns of the teams that participated in the tournament. I think the furthest one this year was Cle Elum. So this is also a lot of numbers on really small, but I wanted to include it. Just this is our calculation. I want to be transparent. This is how we calculated, you know, the number of people that participated and also our lodging nights. A couple of things to point out. We counted for the different sizes of teams. Young teams are usually smaller. Big teams have larger rosters and more people. We counted for 2 coaches per team and about 3 spectators per player. So that was our numbers. And as far as figuring out lodging nights, we assumed that people that were, or teams that were traveling over 60 miles one direction were probably staying locally. So that's how we came up with that. Let's see. Just showed you, this is just a summary of lodging tax expense. Sorry, let me start up. This is a summary of the tournament expenses from this past year. Lodging tax dollars are used to offset the cost of the tournament. You can see some of our big costs are just paying our referees, was close to $15,000. Buying medals for all of the kids, or the winning teams and the second place teams, and also buying trophies, close to over $8,000. So it's pretty expensive to put on a soccer tournament. So the funds raised during the tournament are used for several different things: to maintain low-cost quality soccer for our kids, to provide good quality equipment for them, balls and goals and everything. We also use it to purchase goals and nets for the schools. I mentioned that already. And we make donations to improve facilities and soccer facilities, and provide scholarships to graduating seniors. Kind of repeating myself there, but. So in summary, we estimate that nearly 1,800 participants stayed in local hotels during the tournament, resulting in 944 lodging nights. That's for this past year. The previous year was actually a little bigger. We had 91 teams. So we had even more people last year. All local hotels and campgrounds fill up. And then the tournament brings approximately 6,000 participants to Tumwater. While attending the tournament, these participants are eating in Tumwater restaurants and shopping in our stores. We intentionally schedule their games at different venues to get them moving around the town. It would be pretty easy just to have them camp out at one venue, but we intentionally move them around to get them out there. And then also Tumwater businesses also report that Kicking the Grass Weekend is one of their busiest of the year. And here's a few pictures of, these are teams that won our sportsmanship trophy. This year, we usually have 4 trophies to hand out, 2 for older boys, or 1 for older boys, 1 for older girls, 1 for younger girls, 1 for younger boys. I'm missing one of those photos here, but so yeah, these players, they didn't necessarily win their games, they didn't necessarily win the tournament, but we monitor the behavior of the players, of the parents, of the coaches, and at the end of the weekend, we decide, we hand out these trophies, who is the best sportsmanship, and it's a pretty coveted trophy. Anyways, that's all I have. Do you have any questions for me?
I have a question. It says here that you're not pursuing lodging tax from any other jurisdictions. I was curious why.
We are Tumwater Soccer Club. We try to keep our tournament in Tumwater. At one point in time, we were trying to, or a different person was running the tournament, and we were growing. We were going outside the Lacey Fields and everything else, and we've decided to keep it within Tumwater. And so, plus it's a lot of work, I guess.
I would recommend you do Thurston County at least. 'Cause
Thurston
I
County?
think you'll get funded from them, just
Oh,
from
really?
experience.
Okay. I will bring that recommendation to the board. Thank you.
I appreciate having been a Tumwater soccer mom and participated in this event many times.
Oh,
So
great.
the value you bring to our community. Let's see. And remind us when you run the tournaments it's in mid-July, right?
Yes.
Is it during Lake Fair or is it?
It is. It's usually on the same weekend as Lake Fair.
Yeah.
Seems
Busy.
like recently 1 or 2, maybe we were off by a week, but I think usually it's on the weekend of Lake Fair. Yeah. Gives them something to do in the evenings when they're not playing soccer.
And Seth Paul, we've got him online. If he has any questions, I'm sure his hotel benefits from being one of those soccer moms trying to find accommodations when you go to a town. So,
Yeah.
No, like you said, I mean, the weekend's definitely sold out. The only thing I would suggest maybe is it's a better way to track exactly how many guests that do stay at hotels. I'm just thinking maybe some sort of promotion code. I'm sure every hotel gives the team some sort of discount anyway. And then if there was some sort of promotion code, then every hotel could track it, and then you have exact numbers to the T. I can tell you when I looked up how many nights we had from the actual Kick in the Grass, well, there wasn't any actual groups, so it's hard to tell because everyone's individual pickup.
Okay. That's a great recommendation too. Yeah. So how would that work exactly? Like we would give the teams a promotion code and then they just give that to the hotels.
Yeah,
as they're checking in, or
yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think there's only 5 hotels in town, right? So you just need to go out to each hotel, talk to each manager and say, hey, can we make a promotion code? And you're going to advertise that code. It can be a discounted rate, whatever percentage each hotel wants to do. But it's just a way of tracking it at the end of the day. And then I think all the teams will call in with that code, think they're going to get a better discount, which they will, some sort of discount, depends. And then you can track that at the end of the day, even by the end of the night.
okay. So would we just check in with the hotels at the end and ask them?
I would check in with them before the event so you could set up that rate code.
Yeah,
for your.
I mean to get the data after the fact.
Yeah, I mean, if every hotel should be able to pull up that data, how many
Okay.
rooms were rented with that rate code.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's a good suggestion too. We've tried asking questions during registration and it just doesn't work out well. Like
Yeah, 'cause everyone
the
in
coaches don't know what the rest of the parents are doing or anything else, and we're usually it's not even the coaches registering the teams, it's some manager somewhere.
Yeah,
So,
the team mom or something.
Yeah.
Like that. Exactly.
yeah.
Well, and I have a feeling too that you probably have parents that are using the hotels that are in Olympia there along the freeway as well that
Yeah.
may not heard, but but I realize I really appreciate that this is a Tumwater event, and so I appreciate your hearts in Tumwater. So
Great.
thank you. Do we have any other questions for?
Oh,
No, thank you for
Okay.
Thank you.
thank
Thank
you for your
you.
work.
thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. We have no slides for Tumwater Historic.
Well, by every year I get to make a pitch to you guys, and so we're just doing that again this year. I'm Don Trosper, Trosper road name from my great grandpa, so we have deep roots in the area. Tumwater Historical Association has been active for many, many years. In fact, I was in on the very beginning of it back when Edna Holden and people that have passed away since were in charge of it, and Jim Brown and some of those folks that helped form it. And it's been very active group, very passionate group. And it's a small group, and it's trying to attract new blood and younger people to a history. It's sometimes difficult, but our group is, well, for me, I'm retired now. I'm 72, so I'm not impressing you guys, I suppose. But anyway, last Tuesday I was, or no, two Tuesdays ago, I had the last Riverwalk history tour along the Deschutes. And for the whole season from April through September, we had 135 attendees of those Riverwalk tours. So that was pretty nice. But that was for the Olympia Tumwater Foundation. They're still hiring me through Tumwater money. Also, Heritage Builders is now that I'm retired, I'm still passionate for local history. So I'm on my own now and not having the foundation or anything to support me. I'm just living off Social Security and whatever books I can write and sell. So that's what I'm doing now. And the new one is coming out here this next month of October. It's but not just Tumwater though. It's I'm expanding my reach to Thurston, Lewis, Pacific, and Grace Harbor counties, and take all these about 100 different stories of Southwest Washington interspersed with the same pattern I use for the Tumwater books with bad jokes in between each story. So anyway, it's coming out in October. In fact, I'm going to leave here to go down to Gorham Printing at Centralia to approve the proof and get them printing it. And so I'm hoping it's out by mid-October. So, and in fact, if you'd like order forms, I can give you that too. But now for the Historical Association, my retirement job is book writing, but we're still active with Tumwater History, with Tumwater Historical Association. And despite losing the Tumwater Homesteaders program, which gave life to our group at the time, but that lasted a long time and very successful. But a little bit of a depression afterwards to see that group fold. But then the COVID hit, and that was really hard on small groups like Tumwater Historical and little museums. But our folks stuck through it, like our pioneer roots, with a good work ethic, and we're dedicated to Tumwater's history and the passion for Tumwater. So we're still promoting active events. In fact, you were at the park event this weekend, and the Historical Association had a little booth there and selling my old books, the old books. And it's just each year we've supported the valiant efforts of this small group. I know we wanted to thank you guys for all these years of support, and really this is the pitch that we've given each year in the same amount of money. And that money helps to keep this small group going and active and in different events, whether it's in Tenino or Tumwater Park or Thurston County Fair and different places like that. So we have Sandy Gray's, we're trying to pass the baton to the younger generation, and Sandy Gray's son is now our president. That's Christopher. There he is. And he's kind of shy. Sandy's even shyer, though. He didn't, but anyway, I'm glad to be able to be a part of this group still, even though I'm retired. That is an active retirement. So anyway, any questions you have, but we're still active and we'd appreciate your support again.
I had a chance to sit with Sandy and her son at the Schmidt when we did the event the event that they did at the Schmidt Mansion. So,
Oh, yes, yes.
and I had a really good chat, so it was really nice. And I appreciate the event with the Cornhusk dolls and the things that you did at the Fall Fest this weekend. It was really, I didn't get a chance to walk up there because our little booth was busy itself. So it was really special. I did bring up to my daughter, who is young and she was a homesteader, and we keep toying with that. So
We'd love to have
get
her.
her toe in the water. So
Yes,
she
yes.
did look up the website and saw that it hadn't been updated since 2022. And so it's like, well, Catherine. So anyway,
Good.
well,
Well, coming up in this, yes,
Making any promises.
coming up this year, Christopher tells me we have a quilt show scheduled for the Schmidt House
Okay.
this coming year. I think it's in May. So that's always a good venue for something like that. And that'll draw a lot of people too. So that's one of the plans.
I appreciate your work. So we do have Sat Paul in Zoom land. I don't know if Sat Paul has any questions for you.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
Again.
No, I don't.
I'm good.
Well, good. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for putting in all the work. And I think I remember you retired about 3 times
I know.
from this. You keep coming back. So
I'm
Good work.
tired and retired, but I'm doing it.
Every year you-
I haven't lost.
every year you say you're handing it off and then you show up.
I know.
We appreciate it.
That's just right. Thank you so
It's
much.
really hard to run a nonprofit, so we really do appreciate your
Good.
work and trying to keep things alive. And so
Yeah,
thank you
good,
for your
good.
efforts here. So
All right.
we'll
Thank
take
you.
a few-
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are running about 14 minutes ahead of schedule. So if you guys wanted to pause for a break, we can do that. Or I do see our next presenters are present if they would be willing to start early.
They're willing to start early. We can go.
Are you guys okay? Perfect.
Or we'll fall behind somewhere in this program. 2:58.
Hi, everyone. My name is Audrey Henley, and this is Jimmy Davies, my partner, my husband. We are owners of Revmo Choppers and Coffee in downtown Olympia. If you're not familiar with us, I'm just going to give you a quick little history about our company. We are not a nonprofit. We are a for-profit. We started our business just before COVID. We were known as Revival back then. And a month after we started our business, well, we all know what happened. We don't have to go into the pandemic story, but we know what happened. But then we, shortly after we opened, and then in 2021 in December, we lost our business downtown to an arson that took about 16 businesses out, including our shop and businesses upstairs and our neighbors behind us and next to us and down the street.
You guys are in the apartments?
We were the next door
We're next
neighbors
door.
of the apartment that caught on fire. So that took us out. Fast forward to where we are now, it's taken us almost 4 years to get our business back together, to find a piece of property that made sense for what it is that we do. And we just reopened, and we're over on 606 Union, and we sort of changed our name and our marketing a bit and branding to now be called Revmo. And we're really hoping, we received a lot of community support to get our business back up and running. If you don't know what our business is exactly, it often confuses people because it's very unique. We are an actual working motorcycle garage and a cafe. It is not a themed cafe. It is an actual working garage where we restore and rebuild and do maintenance on motorcycles and mostly everything with 2 wheels.
Occasionally a wheelchair.
Occasionally, yeah, a wheelchair or somebody might need a lawnmower help.
Yeah.
But our hope is that with this particular event, which we are right now calling the Revmo Runway, that we get an opportunity not only to give back to the community that supported us and helped us get back on our feet, The fire was very devastating to us financially, but also took out a community space, a place where many people could hang out, meet with each other, plan their trips around Washington and Oregon and Canada. Groups who ride motorcycles, there are a lot of historic groups that come together, plan their trips within our cafe, and meet up with other riders coming in from other parts of the state and nearby states. But it offers us an opportunity to give back to those who supported us. And with that, we wanted to partner with Olympic Flight Museum to host a truly unique motorcycle show within the hangar at the Flight Museum. Part of what we do as a business is not just about selling coffee and building motorcycles. Part of what we do is really offering space and place for community, people who just want to hang out, or those who have other small businesses. We often on our place now host pop-ups for other nonprofits, for artists, for everything from a plant sale to an art show. We utilize our pieces of property for other small businesses who could use a leg up. We certainly received a lot of love from the community, including the Economic Development Council, as well as the Chamber of Commerce, to help us get back on our feet. We were the recipient of several grants from both of those organizations to help us get started and to rebuild our space. We just had our grand opening in June and big ribbon cutting in June. And I think in our application, there's a link there to our article in the Voice magazine that gives you a little more background about who we are and what we do. But more so, we're here to see if it's a possibility to get support from the city of Tumwater to produce an event that will bring people from Canada, Montana, Idaho, around Washington, Oregon, parts of California, maybe even deep South California, to come up here for a truly unique event that is motorcycles, aircrafts, and of course the history of both, and also just to come and enjoy a beautiful time in our beautiful city. And we've never produced an event in Tumwater before, but my day job is I operate a nonprofit organization in downtown Olympia. I've been there for 20 years. So I am a grant writer. I am a historic preservationist. I was on the Heritage Commission for the City of Olympia for 6 years. I have been producing events since I was a teenager, so I have a handle on how events work and operate and what it takes to produce an event. Also create marketing and also additional partnerships. And then, well, my husband's more the face of the company and also the brawn of making things run and fixing things for people. And Jimmy can tell you a little bit more about why we're hosting this event, what makes it unique, and what type of people it will attract.
Yeah, I can try. So yeah, I'm kind of the face of the business, but I'm definitely not the only face of the business, such as it is. A little bit about me. I have been in the community since 1991. I moved here. I was born in Everett, but I moved here to attend Evergreen. And I've been a part of the Olympia, Tumwater, Lacey community ever since 1991. Interesting thing, the kettle that's outside here between the two buildings, I restored that. I was a coppersmith from 1994 until, oh gosh, well, to just before we opened our shop. So I went over and took a selfie with it because I haven't seen it since basically I had it installed. So the event that we want to put on is exactly what Audrey said, a unique event in a unique space. And it serves two purposes. It is to bring attention to what I think is a local treasure, which is the Olympic Flight Museum, which I believe is somewhat overshadowed and maybe lost in the mix. And it has a huge, huge presence at one time of the year, which is the flight show, the Father's Day flight show. So what we want to do is kind of bring a little more eyes onto that space, while at the same time bringing eyes onto the fact that Washington State does have a motorcycle scene. Washington State does have a lot of creatives who work within the industry, not only creating motorcycles, but the artwork, you know, the textiles, the equipment, the things that come along with the motorcycle culture. So we're trying to bring that out of the woodwork and expose that a little bit to specifically this area, but then also with the connections that I have within the industry to bring people from out of state to come and enjoy this area and check it out. So what it is that we want to do. I am a motorcycle snob. I'm very particular about the kind of motorcycles that I like. Having been an artist so my entire life, I look for unique creations. So I want to curate a very interesting show with very interesting motorcycles and very interesting creators. And not to place any false hope, but I am connected with a very, very well-known actor who also owns a motorcycle fabrication business. And I just reached out this morning to see if possibly that person could come here. I'm not going to say who it is because if I do, and it doesn't happen, I look like a jerk, but it could definitely be a big boon to the community. And I'm probably lose my wife. She loves it. It's the hall pass, right? So basically that's it, is to bring people to the Flight Museum, bring people out of the woodwork who are creators, and bring people into the community to check out what it is that we do and others do within our genre of motorcycle creation.
And I think right now it's a big personal passion project. We've not produced a motorcycle show before, although our
Been to a lot.
grand opening, which was in June, was what we call a swap and shine. So we had a car show, a motorcycle show, part swaps, and craft booths. And I think we saw maybe about 300 people that showed up just to celebrate and check out the wares and things like that. So right now it feels very much like a passion project, but we'd like to see this event grow. We are connected with another motorcycle show that happens here. I think they're on their third show. Their first show, which happened at the Armory, was hugely successful. They saw 600 people their first year at the Armory, and their second year they saw 800 people. And that's now being
We'll see what
held
we get this year.
at the Thurston County Fairgrounds is where they host their show. And then their third show is happening this year in the fourth quarter. But we've learned a lot, not only from the show that happens here in Tumwater or at the Thurston County Fairground, downtown Olympia, but also that we attend a lot of shows as a vendor. And as purveyors of coffee, we also go to other shows to serve coffee, and we see how they're operated. We see the successes, we see the failures, we see the chaos, we see all the things that we want to do and avoid. So right now, we're kind of coming in modest, hoping that we create a great partnership with the museum. But also in the future, as it grows, we'd like to bring in other nonprofits and help benefit other nonprofits as well, whether it's United Way or any kind of passion projects that the museum may have, teaching kids about, STEAM and STEM type industries. But we feel really strongly that this could be a really fantastic event for Tumwater, and we'd be thrilled and honored to be funded in some way by the committee. So we appreciate you guys entertaining our idea. And if there are any additional questions, I'm sure there's tons of questions about marketing and hotel stay and that type of stuff. We do, as our cafe exists now, we have a point of sale, which allows us to be able to have advanced ticket sales for these types of events. So we'll know in advance how many people are attending. We will know where they're coming from through their zip code and city. We have tons of metrics that come through the point of sale. And so we'll be able to utilize that along with partnerships with Experience Washington to make sure that we get hotel codes, to make sure that we're really focusing in on where they will suggest in Tumwater. We're happy to focus as much attention to Tumwater overnight stays as opposed to, downtown Olympia or Seattle or Lacey or other surrounding areas. But we're here as a first timer, open-minded to hear what works best for the city and any suggestions that you guys may have to guide us in the right direction to make it successful for you guys and for us.
And we also are going to apply through Thurston County.
I believe that opens in November. And then to put all the cards on the table, we were going to apply for Olympia as well, but this year their LTAC is extremely competitive, and we were almost encouraged to like maybe not this year because there's a lot of people at the table for Olympia this year. But we're looking forward to any questions you guys may have, or inquiring minds want to know about motorcycle shows and things like that, or history.
Well, we do have our hotelier online.
Oh, fantastic.
So, thought Paul has any questions as far as
I was just curious to know how many attendees are you or expecting, or vendors?
We are hoping to reach a goal of about 800 people for the first year.
We expect that to grow exponentially based on some of the shows that we've attended in the Portland, Oregon area that started small, probably 800, are now huge and bringing in thousands of people. Do we expect to be that large? Highly unlikely, but the opportunity for growth is something that's there and something that we would definitely be.
And I had one more question. So you currently have it in July 27th.
June.
Was that a reason? That's a high season for hotels anyway, right? Hotels are already packed.
June 27th, end of June.
Sorry, June 27th. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, probably also still high season, I imagine.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, ideally for us to host a motorcycle show when the weather is decent, we'll get people traveling on two wheels.
That makes sense.
It's much like an airplane show. You kind of can't do it in the rain.
Good weather is best. Motorcyclists generally don't carry a hotel with them, so they like to stay someplace dry and warm.
We want a new event, so here they are.
And then you have your.
Yeah.
If you had any questions about. My question would be, so you said there's already another event that exists in town. What time did they host theirs? And
Theirs is fourth quarter. They do
Yeah.
November.
It's November 15th this year.
okay,
So his
his inside. Then he must host that.
It
inside?
is, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's always been indoors, and his idea was to do something during the off season because there's no motorcycle shows then. So we're like, cool, you do that. We're going to try and
Right.
stay in the summer.
We want to be like at the beginning of the season, but kind of a bookend. One at the beginning of the season, and then his is at the end of the season.
And did I see something too that there was something about bodybuilding, or was I just no? Okay,
No.
where did I see something about that?
Definitely not.
I don't know about that.
I'm sorry.
Building.
Oh, we got the laughs.
Definitely building.
I was thinking.
We'll get a bodybuilding show for you.
Is that a Freudian slip?
We all stood up. Anyway, you can laugh.
Anything else?
I don't know if you had any. Dave, you have any
I
questions?
just had actually a couple of quick questions. I noticed the timing is a week right after the air show. Was that intentional or?
Somewhat it is, yeah. We actually, when we first started talking about the idea, we thought about possibly doing this event during the air show.
Along
Then
as
felt-
partnership, yeah.
Felt like it might be a little bit overshadowing for what we wanted to do.
Like
Plus-
they would overshadow us,
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah.
Plus, it didn't really touch on the goal, which is bringing more people to see the.
We felt like Terry does a great job of making that stuff happen. Although she was excited of the thought of talking about it and seeing what that could look like. But it started to get a little complicated in our minds to be like, okay, how are we splitting sales? What
How do we
the
track?
parking is going to be insane. Like, can the museum handle that? Like, maybe it isn't a good idea to do it all together. We certainly love the idea of the prospect of bringing in a younger crowd into the flight show, but at the same time, we just kept kind of going back over in our head. It's like maybe it's better to spread it out. Maybe this will just tax the staff and the volunteers too much if we're all just compounded into one weekend.
And it's also having it be after the flight show. It's an opportunity during the flight show to market for what's coming up. So we kind of looked at it as that as an advantage.
How many bikes do you think you can attract?
I'm hoping that I can come up with around 50 between the current show that happens in November is small. It's about 30. And of that, usually 28 actually make it. So we're wanting to go about double that. Start at the number of 50 and keep it around. Right now, after our meeting with Kyle, we got an idea of the space that we have to work in. And so it's kind of like, okay, I'm figuring out bikes don't take up a whole lot of space.
Right.
But you want to have enough room for people to actually get around them safely and see all the little trinkets and doodads on the bike. So 50 seemed like a pretty good.
You know, back in the day, there's that show that they used to, that guy and his son that
Oh,
used to do
no.
the. No, I know. Well, that's my only connection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bikes.
Yeah.
So just saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Orange County Choppers. They build
Okay.
jokes on
Yeah.
two wheels.
Oh,
That's-
stop it. They build stuff that people mostly cannot afford. And
Right.
our business mission is to make sure that we can get people on a motorcycle and you can afford to ride a bike.
But I could see somebody coming to see a G Whiz bike.
There's,
Yeah, the G
There'll-
Whiz, you know.
there'll be some G.
There's
Whizzes
enough of
there.
that going.
Okay,
on.
I'm
It's
just
just the
saying.
guys that are building in their.
See a G Whiz bike.
But the other thing that we didn't mention is that part of the plan that, and it's also part of our business plan, but part of the focus is to try and bring out female builders and BIPOC builders, because old white guys are pretty well represented in the motorcycle community. So it'd be nice to kind of shake it up a little bit and bring in some of these, not fringe, but
Just a more
different-
diverse group of folks who are in that.
It'll be hard because there aren't a whole lot of builders that fit into those categories. We're gonna.
It's our goal. Our goal is to make it as diverse as possible, including the vendors who are out there and the food vendors that will be out.
We are at our time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for
Thanks,
the
you guys.
presentation.
Thank you.
Bring us some.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
Do you mind, Paul is from which hotel? Or
Paul
Sal.
Dan,
Sat Paula
Sal.
is from La Quinta.
La Quita.
Awesome. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Do we have Olympia Symphony present? Are you with Olympia Symphony? Okay. So we are a little bit ahead of schedule. If you guys wanted to just take a few minutes, it looks like our next presenter is not here yet.
Okay.
The next presentation time is 10:35, so about 9 minutes.
It's not a direct, I don't know. It's not a direct.
I'll let somebody else decide.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'll let a third party decide.
I've got it, Terry. I'm sorry, Kelly? Oh, I have your video. I only had what was emailed over. I have one video. It's like
All that. Going that this is. I don't remember. Oh, it would be in our minutes, right?
yes, you should be able to. I just don't know if there's gonna be audio on the thumb drive up there. So if you can email.
We
to me,
have our
that'd be
minutes
the
from
best.
last year.
If you can't, then we can just try the thumb drive. Okay, so we have about one more minute. Next up, we have Olympia Symphony.
Yeah.
You can approach the podium.
Oh, thank you.
And just so you know, we do have our hotelier. He is joining us virtually Zoom, so he'll be on there.
Oh, welcome the Olympia Symphony.
Thank you. My name's Tom Mays. I'm the executive director for the symphony. And as I said, I don't have a multimedia presentation, but I just wanted to take a moment to highlight a few of the things we submitted in our application and kind of what's going on with the symphony. As you probably know, the symphony is a very long-standing institution. We're coming up on our 80th anniversary performance. It began in 1947. And in the last few years, the symphony's gone through a lot of really exciting growth and change. We've brought on a new internationally acclaimed music director, conductor, Alexandra Ariete, who has actually joined us here in this community, but performs all over the world and brings a lot of attention and recognition to the orchestra from outside of the immediate area. In that process, she has been fantastic in working with us to not only develop our artistic programs, but develop our guest artists, our visiting performers, beyond a scale that the symphony saw in the past. So we've had performers from Europe in the last season. We have an upcoming performance in October with the principal flutist of Seattle Symphony, who's also internationally known in his field. So we've really raised the level of artists that are brought into our community. And as a result, increasing our ability to bring in others from outside of the community who love classical music and will travel to see such performances. So it's really doing a lot, not only for the local community, but also for bringing in people from outside. In our application, we were very specific about discussing a lot of the marketing enhancements we've already done. We have created and supported a communication manager position in the last few years that's been very focused on social media engagement. We've seen a fourfold increase in our involvement or engagement online with people following us on social media channels, and would like to continue to invest in that through promoted posts and other targeted efforts, being so well placed between Seattle and Portland. And again, with a classical music audience that is willing to travel for such performances, we're really trying to leverage that and get into those markets more to get people to come and visit us here in this area and stay over. And in addition, we want to further enhance some of our involvement with radio through Classical King FM and All Classical Portland. Those are the two main stations, of course, for those two areas supporting classical music. They work well with nonprofits and allow us to have our dollars go further through underwriting spots. And I think that would really help us to, again, get the recognition not only of the level of the orchestra, but the level of the soloists we bring and bring more people into the community through that. So I think that was pretty much what I wanted to highlight within our within our application. I don't know if there are any questions or anything I can address.
We do have Satpal online, so I go ahead and defer if you have questions for
Oh, I'm
sym-
good. Thank you.
You're good? Okay. Do we have questions? Our presenter?
I do not.
Is the Washington Center for the Performing Arts, is that your main venue that you perform in, or?
It is. We have performances right now. We've added a performance at Capitol High School, the new Performing Arts Center there. And we do have a family program in December at the Capitol Theater next to the Washington Center. So we do a few programs outside of Washington Center, but yeah, most of our main program series is there.
We missed the one that, they used to do the one on the Capitol grounds, the summer one.
Yes, yeah,
Did they
yeah.
do that this, did I miss it?
No. We that kind of like so many things, it fell off during COVID,
Right.
and just the amount of logistics kind
Yeah.
of getting that going was pretty difficult. So this last summer we participated and performed a program during Capital City Pride during their festival, which kind of helped us have someone else deal with the production and the staging, you know. So we're still looking at what exactly that summer concert looks like.
I appreciate
going
that.
forward.
Yeah, quite an
Yeah.
effort to get everybody out there in the hot sun with their instruments.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's and you never
So,
quite know.
Being
Is
a
it
musician.
going to be 90 or is it going to be exactly? So
Exactly.
yeah.
So I appreciate that. So how is your season going this year as far as, because I know the sales and everything, you've got your upcoming season is coming up.
Yeah, we just finished subscription sales. I think
Mhm.
they're going very well. We've got a good stable base of people supporting us that way. And like I said, this is our third season with our new music director, so she's kind of getting into her stride, and a lot of these programs that she started are starting to take root. So I think it's going very well.
You've had some very innovative programs, and so I appreciate the different variety of programming that you've offered. So, and it looks like too, you've Emerald City Music.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that you're partnering with them as well.
Exactly. It's a great community to make art in general, but make music in. So
Good.
yeah.
I do have one more question. It, in the application, it indicated that the funds would be used primarily for marketing. Is that
Mhm.
correct? And what forms of marketing do you
Yeah.
list?
So we as far as so I should say I've been in this position less than a year. So I'm as far as I know, we have not like regularly received City of Tumwater funding, which means we had an award last year that we weren't able to claim because of some changes in programs. But the benefit, I guess, to us if we were funded is that it's not already budgeted, which means we can direct it very much towards our marketing efforts. And that would allow us specifically to go into radio spots in Seattle and Portland and expanded promoted posts on social media to the Seattle and Portland metro area. So it's a good opportunity for us to really target it towards bringing more people in from outside.
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks so
Very
much.
Appreciate
Appreciate the time.
you for coming.
And I don't believe our 10:50 presenter is here yet, so we'll allow for a few more minutes.
Happy to see there's new events applying though. At least giving it a try, which is what we've tried to get going for years. Try and add some new things to the community. We have a lot of stability in what we have. We just don't have a lot of
Okay, LTAC, it looks like our 10:50 presenter is not present. So we can give them another minute or so. And our options are to break, or we can ask if the next presenter would be ready to present. Any suggestions?
Let's ask if the next presenter is ready.
So that'd be Olympic Flight Museum. Would you guys like to wait till your scheduled time? I know that you're trying to send an email over of a presentation. Or okay, so we can wait until your presentation time. Okay. So it looks like that would be an 11:05. So we still have quite a bit of time if you wanted to pause for an official break.
Nothing else to do, I guess.
Okay.
Take a break,
Yeah,
right?
take a break.
Okay.
We'll reconvene at 11:15. I'm sorry, 11:05.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. And as you know, it was Buzzing Two. Could have been the neighbors. It could have been.
Okay, that sounds good.
You want to share? We'll just stop sharing. We'll reshare and bring up.
Contact me anytime you get a call, and I'm happy to help.
Okay. So I'll probably, if anything, I'll probably play the video first.
You want the video first?
Oh, no, I can do a quick
Okay.
intro and then transition.
Did you have any pictures of it? Is that it? Can you make it bigger? Yeah, that's the flight school out there. Yeah, they're just going around the traffic patterns. Just take off the landings at the airport. Yeah, that's a flight school helicopter.
We'll need to wait and see where we're at time-wise. It might be later than that.
Get those calls all the time. It's usually in the Army.
Okay, I'm back, sorry.
ci.tumwater.gov.
All right.
Dave is back. We're
Okay,
ready.
We're ready for our next one. Okay. Jason, welcome.
Hello, how's it
to the new
going?
Event. So,
Thank you guys for the
Yeah.
time. I'm good to go right here. Yeah.
welcome to Tumwater.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I
You've been-
apologize.
You've
for
been
the
here before,
delay.
it sounds like this first.
The rain got traffic a little bit crazy out there. So I appreciate you guys being patient with me.
Yeah.
So my name is Jason. I am the organizer, owner of Sway Night Market. And I'm here to present the event I'm here to present is the Driven by Community block party hosted at the Toyota of Olympia dealership. And if I could get, so I got a video I can show. Maybe I can go through this first and then
Okay.
we'll show the video. So, okay.
Is that? Sorry.
Is that?
Go to-
Okay, so this is a brief video that we captured from the event that happened this year. I don't think we're able to play sound, so sorry about that.
And this is at Toyota.
Yes, sir.
What was the date of this event this year?
It was on August 16th.
Look at a cone. I didn't know that you did this.
So the event was featuring a lot of the car community, the car meets, and then what we did was we bring in activities like axe throwing, we bring in different family-friendly events to make it more inclusive and welcoming for the entire community to come together, hang out, have a good time. There's stuff for the adults to do, and then there's also plenty of activities for the kids and family-friendly things. And a lot of kids have the opportunity to get into the cars, look at different varieties, and we have different car clubs come out to showcase their cars, and along with entertainment that artists, DJs that we booked from out of state that flew in and drew a big attention in the crowd and at the event.
What were the hours of the event?
So the event was from 3 to 10.
Need to be put together.
Okay, cool. So we are a local organization that carry a lot of the community events. All of our events are free, and what we did for this event was we partnered with the Toyota Olympia along with
a few different sponsors to put something together that brings the people in, an opportunity for the people to come together and for businesses to showcase their brand, get some exposures. So as I mentioned, we had our first event on August 16th. So first ever event, and some of the impact that we saw from the event was, to me, was very positive especially for the city of Tumwater. We saw just over 2,500 attendees that came together. We tracked by clicker survey, and also we had geofencing set up for the event. And we feature a small variety of local vendors, food vendors, a lot of food trucks, a lot of activities and car-related vendors to bring in and showcase their brand. And total vendor sales generated from this event was just under 40,000. And we also partnered with the La Quinta Tumwater to have some promotions and sales for that connect with the hotel. So far, we tracked 10 hotel stays just directly through La Quinta without counting the other Tumwater hotels. And approximately 45 days after post-event, Toyota has provided a number that we sold about 20. We helped them sell 20 cars just in a short period of time, and probably a lot more than that we aren't aware of. But overall, it was an event that really brought strong community trust and engagement for us, and I believe it's something that could be very beneficial moving forward. So as I mentioned, we tracked about 10 plus hotel stays here in Tumwater, and we were very surprised to see visitors come from very far away. We had Bellingham, we had Eugene, and there were even a group that flew up from Southern California to participate in this event. A lot of car enthusiasts, a lot of folks that are very excited to have some events in Tumwater that generate a lot of energy, a lot of excitement. And overall, it was a fun environment just overall. And what we did with La Quinta is adding special rates, offer special rates for vendors, attendees. Also, we have booked multiple artists that flew up from California to perform. They drew a crowd as well, and those folks stayed at the La Quinta and also some of the hotels in Olympia. And moving forward for next year, we definitely are in progress to partner with more hotels that's in Tumwater to keep all the hotel stays here. So to us, what makes this event super unique is that it has the element of the car, many car clubs. We have the muscle cars, we have the old school riders, we had the younger generation. So it was a fusion of all different varieties of cars, activities, fun, and it has a party element. It has the food trucks, it has the local businesses, also just brands, and some of the businesses from the Tumwater Craft District came out, got to showcase their brand. So it was overall, I like to call it had a ripple effect for the region and not just the city of Tumwater. And I think it will continue to be even bigger. And especially after we've gone through our first event here in August, definitely a lot of lesson learned, a lot of takeaways, and we fully anticipate to moving forward to have a much stronger presence and opportunities and partnerships for the future. We believe that this event really put Tumwater on the map. Many of the attendees had never been to Tumwater this year, so we believe that this event has really opened up an opportunity for the city of Tumwater and just for the community to invest in and to have something that's truly special here, something that's vibrant, something that has a lot of energy. And also through booking even bigger talents is on our radar. Last year we had a couple of DJs that are popular DJ on social media, that we flew up here to perform. And then next year, we're working with a bigger budget to book even bigger names. Like T-Pain, E40 are some of the artists that we're in discussion with, and that I believe would just make this event super popular and blow it up. We think that I truly believe that the first event allow us to just have a vision for what the future would look like. We want to partner with more opportunities, more restaurants, more hotels, and ultimately reinvest those dollars and amounts back into the city and back into the community. So overall, we believe that the first event generated a lot of success for just everyone that took part in it. I believe the event was put together in just about 2 months out. So in 2 months span period, we were able to put together a block party that features all kinds of varieties of people, communities, and businesses. And with ample amount of time moving forward, I believe we're anticipating a much better preparation for the upcoming events. And with the partnership and support from the city of Tumwater, we believe that this event would turn into it's something that the city has never seen before. It's something that this region hasn't seen before. And it certainly brought a lot of audience from not just with the neighboring cities, but neighboring states, counties, and we anticipate more travelers and tourists that will come out for this event, and with potential goal of expanding this into a multi-day event that really drives the tourism and overnight stays here in Tumwater. So again, thank you guys so much for the time and the opportunity for us to showcase and talk about our event. I do apologize for a little slight delay, but.
We do have Sat Paul, who is the manager of the La Quinta Online. So I'm sure I'd like to ask some questions, Sat Paul.
Sure. I mean, I know this was, like you said, a last minute event that you guys did. I do see a rate code that you guys were given, I guess, like whatever percentage off it was. So you said you plan to grow this event to a couple of days. How would you do that?
So our overall goal is potentially starting 2027 is to turn this into a multi-day event, featuring, especially with the entertainment aspect, that's going to allow us to have longer preparation and also more lead time to pursue some of the bigger brands. We did, through the follow-ups, we did have a lot of bigger brands and businesses that were interested in bringing their setup down to Tumwater. Griot's Garage is a big partner that would love to have a partner in it next year. So the first event allowed us to generate a big buzz, that especially through social media, for folks to see that through aggressive social media marketing, is that people have the opportunity to see what this like and what the potential we could bring to the city of Tumwater. And we fully anticipate all of our numbers to more than triple next year, with ample amount of time, a lead time to prepare, and just more time to organize.
So would you be aiming for an August timeframe for next year then?
Correct. So I know this year we had it on the same day as the Brewfest. Unfortunately, that was the only date that we had available to put together this event. But where the longer prep time allowed us to look into to plan it a little bit better, not have an event that's gonna be at the same day as Brewfest, which is of course one of the biggest events in city of Tumwater. Yes, ma'am.
So,
yes, sir.
Excuse me, got frog in my throat. So this is a free event.
Correct. This is free for the community. Everything is put on by sponsors, by Toyota Olympia. It's 100% free for the community to come out. So all of our events, including the Night Market series, in the Lacey Night Market, all events are free. So we want to keep it that way, just to be so anyone can come participate. The only money really you're spending is directly supporting the local businesses, the food trucks.
So, where are your other sources of revenue?
So the main revenue comes from sponsorships. So
From where?
sponsorships.
Oh,
So we pursue heavily on sponsorships just because we believe that our brand doesn't exist without the community. So instead of charging entry fee, instead of charging a high vendor fee, instead we pursue our revenue through the major brands that could help us bridge the gap. So that made it affordable for the entire community to come out. And like I said, the only money you're spending is if you decide to buy a car or you decide to get some food, and that's it. So we fully anticipate and plan to keep the free entry feature. And I also believe that that's what brought a lot of people out to, you can come out, have fun, and not have to worry about ahead of time how much money you need to spend.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what the lodging tax funds we use for exactly? I think you mentioned marketing, but can you be more specific?
Yes, sir. So the lodging tax fund is primarily going to go into entertainment or amenities like the porta potties, having those service features. So entertainment would be stage. It could be booking local talents. We anticipate to have a longer lineup for next year, more artists, more collaborations. So it would be and that's also our effort to take care of the local talents too. Some of the up and coming artists that's homegrown here in the region.
And I'm not sure if that information is in here or not, but it's very important that that's defined clearly.
For sure.
So, because it connects to the payment process.
Yes, sir. We can update that.
We just need to make sure that's
Definitely.
defined in your request when it gets to your agreement.
Yes, sir.
If you're
Definitely.
granted any, because that's very important. We can't just give you the funds and not know exactly where they're going before
100%.
they're given to you. So it's clear, it's got to be clear beforehand where and what the funds are going to be used for.
And we are at time.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Dustin. Hey.
So we are running a little bit behind schedule. Olympic Flight Museum is our next presenter. And Terry, can you confirm what video you wanted played first?
OAS 25 television commercial.
Okay. Bear with me here. Doing my best.
Suckers are quick nowadays.
That's right.
No, it's okay.
Hey, good morning. My name's Terry Thorning. I'm with the Olympic Flight Museum with my proposal for the 2026 Olympic Air Show to be held Father's Day weekend, June 20 and 21 of next year at the Olympia Regional Airport in Tumwater. Our application is for $48,500 and is earmarked to be expensed for performer fees and other incentives such as lodging and vehicle rental, marketing and promotion, and operational costs. This year's air show enjoyed an attendance of 9,866. That's a direct count of 2 days at the admission gate. An analysis of our electronic ticket sales showed a tourist percentage of 43% this year, which was very high. We had 137 visitors who attended from 12 states outside of Washington and 9 visitors from 4 countries, being Canada, Germany, United Kingdom, and Philippines. In terms of lodging for this year's air show, we had another banner year due to the aerobatic performers and crew that we contracted with. I reserved 78 room nights in Tumwater hotels for our performers and crew, totaling $12,100. In addition to those, we hosted a display from the Pacific Northwest Naval Air Museum from Oak Harbor, whose group of 6 also stayed locally, as well as personnel associated with the Air Force Mobile Recruitment Tour titled Shadow Strike, which was a 3D immersive motion theater film featuring a high-stakes rescue mission, and they also stayed locally. So another great year for Tumwater Lodging Properties. Turning your attention to the airshow program I just handed out, if you see pages 2 through 6, where our headliner performers are featured, we hosted an Air Force KC-135 Stratotanker demonstration, and they came out of Spokane, Washington. We also contracted with 2 historic aircraft operators, both from Oregon. Those aircraft not only flew during the air show, but also offered rides and ground tours for patrons. The B-17 you see pictured on page 4 has 9 seats available for rides, and they sold over 7 rides during the weekend. Another thing I'd like to point out in the program is on page 20 in the back, where visitor and tourism information is detailed. We hand out extra programs to museum visitors until they're gone, promoting Tumwater and the surrounding region long after the peak summer months. Now I'd like to share my promotional videos that we produced, which was the first one is our television commercial, which is aired by a Seattle Metro TV station for a promotional campaign period of 5 weeks. The number of impressions of age 18 up for this content was 9,300,000 people with a 3-state coverage area. The funding for that particular marketing initiative is paid for by Olympia Lodging Tax. So go ahead, Brittany, and see how. That is a 15-second commercial that is very, very difficult to fit all the information I'd like to convey into it, okay? So I have to be very brief and have a lot of exciting visuals to attract the viewer, but I can't get much more detailed than that in 15 seconds. So to complement that commercial, there's a shortened version of it that is applied to a digital marketing campaign with the TV station, and that campaign covers 150 premium networks. These affiliates include the History Channel, Discovery Channel, National Geographic, etc. This digital marketing campaign is targeted to age 25 up with interest in outdoor activities, travel and leisure, transportation, military, and veterans, and has a reach targeted to King, Pierce, Kitsap, Snohomish, Lewis, and Whatcom counties. With over 100,000 unique impressions in those areas. And that digital campaign complements the TV commercial and is combined in one contract with, I use KCPQ out of Seattle. The second video I'd like to show you is what we call the animated short. And this is what we use specifically for social media because it's a smaller file than a TV file. And this gets enormous views and engagement and shares in social media. So let's go ahead with that one. So that 28 seconds allows me a little bit more information than the 15-second one. We'll be starting on our 2026 show here very soon. It'll be our 26th anniversary air show. The committee will be working hard to make next year's air show just as memorable and exciting as this one. We appreciate the City of Tumwater's support in making the Olympic Air Show Tumwater's largest two-day event. Let me see if Kyle, do you have anything you want to add?
No, here to answer questions, Karen.
Okay, thank you all. Questions?
How much does that 15-second commercial cost? Man, that sucker went by fast. The TV commercial.
I spend 14,000 in airtime, and KCPQ doesn't guarantee a double match, but I get about 80% of a match from them being nonprofit seeking tourism objective.
We love you. It was a great year this year.
It was a very good
The
year.
weather cooperated.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You know,
Fingers
nobody
crossed,
understood,
always.
so. Yeah. We just appreciate, yeah, what a great weekend it is when you guys are here. So
We make a little bit of noise.
a little bit of traffic. A
Little
noise.
traffic,
It's
yeah.
okay.
Overflow traffic was actually full this year. We actually had to close the overflow parking because it got to max capacity. So it's the
Yeah.
first time it's happened since I've been a part of it. So it's pretty neat to see.
Well, good. So it sounds like you had more participants. It sounds like some of the other events have been kind of off this year. So it sounds like you had your participants were up when you were talking about your attendees, if your attendance was up from last year, then it sounds like.
Yeah, a little bit.
Good. That's good. Yeah. Appreciate that. Any other questions?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very much.
Thanks for coming.
Back on schedule. Ahead of schedule.
We are maybe behind. We were supposed to have a break at 11:20 to 11:30, but I know we kind of just did that before then. So we're going to be ahead of schedule if our next presenter would be willing to come forward earlier. So that's Washington State Senior Games. Are you ready to present now? That's okay.
I'm sure that this is from the 2025, because we don't have. Yeah, this is from our 2025 event, and we will be working on our 2026.
Yeah, hi, good morning. I'm Diane Foster, and I'm the president of the Washington State Senior Games, and wear many hats. And we have appreciated the support from the lodging tax from Tumwater for many years. This is going to be our 29th year coming up. I thought it was 30, but I forgot about when we had that skip at COVID time. There's my. Okay, so this year we had actually a really good turnout. I was thinking we're going to be down because of several factors. One being that the National Senior Games decided to put their competition in Iowa right around our 2 or 3 weeks of July and August. So some of the competitors would choose to go there, but we did have almost the same as last year. For 2026, we're expecting more because it's a national qualifying year. And so we will find more people showing up from out of state, especially when they want to try to qualify to compete in the National Senior Games. We had a record number of pickleball players, and that's a 4-day tournament. And we sort of worked with the Thurston County Pickleball Club to actually help improve some of the courts. So we changed the tennis courts into pickleball courts for the most part, because that's the numbers are there. So in a way, we're helping to increase the numbers that might come for outside tournaments besides just the senior games, because of the high demand for pickleball players. And they're sort of like a cult in a way. I mean, it's just a huge number of people, and they make a huge event out of it. I mean, they bring the bunch of all their lawn chairs, they bring their tents, and they just hang out and enjoy the whole day, the days. We have looked to see how we can change some of our dates, simplifying how we can increase numbers by choosing the right dates. And one example is the softball teams. We used to have like 40 teams over, it was a 4-day tournament with the first 2 days being the older players and then the second 2 days being the kids. Well, the kids didn't show up this year. They're the 50 to early 60s. And so we only had the 65s and over competition. But we found that if we discovered that the tournament schedule is very competitive. You got to get it in the very beginning of the year because they all say, this is what we're going to do. And they had already picked something that hit our same weekend. And we had to actually shift our schedule to September. Well, that worked out really good for the older people, but the younger people were going to look to optimize that and get both tournaments sort of back up to their full numbers. And in the past, a long time ago, we had 40 teams, and they're like 15 to 20 players per team. This year we had 12, but if we can get to the right schedule, we will bring back those numbers. So that's this kind of thing. We also are looking at how we can include a second day. And for example, the track meet, some of the runners do the road run followed by the track meet the same day. Well, we moved the road run to Sunday, and we actually had people staying overnight because they needed to run the race the next day. So it made it a 2-day event for them. So one of the things we see the most of our way to get the word out is our athletes. They will spread the word. One of the ladies on this front cover on the top, and she's a national record holder in the race walk. And so she's actually moved from Palm Springs to Washington, but she's sort of like the little cheerleader for race walk, which is a very, obscure little sport, but she's just the Energizer Bunny. But she brought in some people because she saw it at the track meet that was a couple weeks before, and she made sure to get some more people to show up. And a couple years back, I talked about the lady who was 100 years old who walked it's 1,500 meter power walk, and she inspired 15 others in her same facility, and they came down they came in a van. They were called the Fred Lynn Fireflies, and they all marched across to the start line, sort of just a celebration kind of thing that they were there, and then competed in that race walk. And they sort of made a day of it because they went out and enjoyed. I didn't ask where they went, but they were going to go out and find a place to eat after the walk. And that's the kind of thing that brings 15. And that's not normally, but it does lend itself to that. I wanted to share this letter that came from one of the ballroom dancers. We had actually a record number at the ballroom dance competition. And this is from a lady who is from Olympia, but she's talking about the senior dancers. And she says, all our new dancers we brought to Olympia had a wonderful time. So that's her beginning in the email. But she has this newsletter. They're excited because they're bringing in some more of their buddies from not just Olympia, but outside. And so she's saying, it's Thursday night. You have spent the last 3 months getting ready for this weekend. So that sort of shows that they are anticipating this well advanced in the year. You filed the paperwork, selected your dancers, worked out your routines through hours of lessons and practice, booked your room. So they are staying, even though they're staying in a group. They like to be in that area and hang out together. They brought your costumes. They bought your costumes. Those are expensive dresses. I mean, they have a lot of, this is really big for them. Packed your fancy clothes and makeup and fueled up for the drive to the Washington State Senior Games. The venue we had at the Olympia Center opens at 9 on Saturday, and the competition starts at 10 and runs all day. But you still have no idea when it will be your turn. What to wear first? Will you have time to change? So it's actually a production, especially for the women. I'm skipping a paragraph here. Describing how they dance. The schedule is out. It's Friday night. You are at the bar at the DoubleTree Hotel with fellow dancers eating deep fried whatever, and one of your brilliant friends finds the schedule online. The drive took an extra hour or more for some because of slowdowns and gridlocks on I-5. You arrived early and you wandered around the Capital City waterfront, perused the farmers market, stumbled across an amazing great blue heron rookery in the street trees a block north of the hotel, had some banana wafer gelato, and ran through a final practice at the center. And I was talking about a gin and tonic. Okay, never mind. But they're out in the town. We have a team name, the Foxy Trotters. So this is her last paragraph. 10 a.m. Saturday, and we're all dressed up in full regalia, like it's prom night. The women, that is. The men look mature, possibly very mature, like Richard Gere's in Shall We Dance. Then she goes on to talk about the food that they ate. And then at the end, she says, it's a friendly, festive affair, a wonderful finale to months of preparation and teamwork. So I think that actually encompassed quite a bit of just what goes on with the competitors and how they will bring in more. So for 2026, I'm planning on retiring at the end of this year from my real job, working for the state of Washington Department of Licensing. And so part of what we've been able to do is keep our numbers the same, because we've only been able to do this much. So next year's focus is how can we get to this big? So the numbers could increase. And we're looking at each sport as like a microcosm of an event. So we have the 25 different sports, and how can we increase golf? How can we increase track and field, et cetera? So we will work with some marketing and some more getting the word out, some emails sending out that we haven't had time to do. So we're just basically right now status quo, but look forward to seeing an increased number of athletes and their fans and their friends and all that coming to be in this area to compete. So I think that's about what I wanted to cover.
And we do have Paul online, our hotelier, and so we just,
Okay.
if he has any questions for our
Hi, Paul.
senior games here.
Okay.
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Okay. Do we have questions for Diane?
Yeah. What locations in Tumwater are you using now? It's the high school in the valley for the event?
Yeah, the golf course, the valley is tennis. The road run was at Tumwater. We ran into a problem with Tumwater High School this year where they weren't able to host the track and field meet because of some contract they had with their custodians. So one of the things is like when you talk about where they're staying, and the track and field meet was at Olympia High School because we couldn't get Tumwater, but it's like, you don't know that it's Olympia on that side and Tumwater on that side. They find a hotel, they find a place to stay, they find places to eat that, they're within a radius of that. It isn't drawing a line that says I'm staying in Olympia. So that's sort of the beauty of the three cities in a way, because we give them a lot of options, and I'm happy to see some of the hotels near the high school starting to become open again. They think they were redoing something. So when they ask, where some places to stay, I love the ones that are like the Quinta and some others in the Tumwater area, and because I'm from Tumwater, and say I know where these are. I don't know the Olympia, so they call me and they ask, and I give what I can tell.
Yeah, I think I'd heard that. Yeah, that Tumwater, you weren't able to do the track and field at Tumwater this year.
Yeah.
But it didn't, you still keep going and people
Yeah,
still
yeah.
participate, and that's, yeah.
Yeah, I know the softball is in Mason County, but a lot of the teams were in the Tumwater. They book a bunch of rooms.
Yeah.
Our team's numbers for soccer were low because there was some just travel issues. Some of the Canadians, we used to have 2 teams from Canada. We had 3 total people from Canada this year. So hopefully the teams, we can make it more lucrative for them to come and really enjoy the competition, which we're focusing on this year with softball coming up to make it up to the numbers we're used to.
Yeah, we heard those numbers kind of off this year. So
Yeah.
Canadian tourists.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, this is an amazing event. We
Yep.
appreciate it.
It lives on.
Any other questions?
I'm good.
I think we're good. Thank you.
All right,
For your
thank
work
you.
on this.
Okay, so we are a little bit ahead of schedule. Next up would be Todd Anderson on behalf of the Tumwater Downtown Association. If he's ready to present, we can do that one. And then Todd, I know you have a video that you want displayed. Do you want that in the beginning of your presentation? Yeah. Okay.
mentioned you were going to start with the video before he shares presentation.
Yep. I can start the video when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. My name is Todd Anderson. I work for the Parks and Rec Department, but I'm here on behalf of the Tomar Downtown Association, talking about our 4th of July festival. And we do have a slideshow, but a video to start it off. And Brittany, if you wouldn't mind showing that first. Thank you.
So happy for this opportunity to work together, Todd. You and Zoom is misbehaving.
Sorry, but I can't hear.
Sat Paul, they're just working on sharing the presentation right now. So bear with us 1 second.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Whoops. Okay. We've been offering the festival for 24 years. Next year is our 25th, so we're right behind the Olympic Flight Museum, really close to it. It's hard to believe that it's going to be 25 years. That means I've been here a long time. Been lucky to be part of those years. This is the largest one-day event we have in Tumwater. We start off the day with our parade, of course, which is about 9,000 to 10,000 people that fill the streets in Tumwater, and then we down in our golf course on our driving range, 10-acre driving range, we put on our free family festival, and we saw over 15,000 people last year attend. So we're expecting around that this year too, about 15,000. It's a free family event, and that's able to happen with sponsors, volunteers, and support that we get from city funds and also funds like the LTAC that we are requesting. We also help out Special Event Olympics as part of our event again this year. They help us with parking, which is a huge, big deal. And they get about $5,500 that goes to their program with helping us do parking for the event. And I just have some slides to show of the event from last year. This is our driving range. So the 10-acre driving range of the Tumwater Valley Golf Course. We open at 6, and this is probably 2 hours or so into the event. There's an aerial view of what that space looks like. You can see on the right we have about 15 to 20 inflatable activities for kids and teenagers, and we have over about 15 or 20 food vendors on the other side, and then a main stage with entertainment. This is towards the evening. As you can see, it fills up right before the fireworks show. I just like that picture, so I put that in there. And this is another great picture, but it's the largest, most profitable one-day family-oriented event in our area. Again, it's free for families. You do have to pay for parking, but to enter, you do not have to pay. And the LTAC support is to help fund marketing and promotion. And we've had 24 years of history and tradition, and expected between 13 and 15,000 participants. Again, This year is around 15, so that's what we're expecting next year. And that ends my slideshow. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Add anything new this year?
Yes, we always try to add new entertainers. So that's on the topic this year of, we actually are, we're going to get a bigger band to perform this year. So a local band, but it's not confirmed yet, so I can't say.
We do have Sat Paul online. So Sat Paul, do you have any questions for Todd?
No, I think it's always a great event and I don't have any questions.
He's got a great view from where
You
he's.
know, I still want to figure out what the best view is from your hotel, Sat Paul.
Well, there was one year my GM let people go up on the roof and take a look. And I was like, no,
wow.
absolutely not. But
Oh.
I will be there.
Is that
But
an option?
no, I would just recommend the rooms on the other on that facing side. I'm sure it's a great view. And I know we always fill up and we always get overflow parking at our place too. So
I know a lot of people also watch it by the cemetery up on Cleveland. And so we work with them. We put porta potties up and garbage cans to help, but there's a lot of people there also.
I bet.
Thank you.
So, what do you charge for parking?
$10.
And how much roughly does that generate?
So we can park between 900 to 1,000 cars, depending on how much space we have down there, if some trees have grown over or not. But so we give Special Olympics 5,500 for doing the parking.
Oh,
So it generates close to 10,000. Goes to the fireworks.
That's nice. So we split the. So you share
Yes,
the-
yeah, we split it about 50-50. They get a little more, but it's well deserved. It's a big day, about 40 people doing parking.
Yeah. And then trying to get everybody out of there at night.
Trying to get out, yeah. And the police are a huge supporter of this event as well and making that possible too. So.
Nope, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. And I believe I'm next too. with-
Yes.
with this, so I'm gonna catch you guys up.
Keep rolling, huh?
Let's keep it going here. From fireworks to beer.
Beer and fireworks, what a mix.
Same location.
Boy, we're gonna.
what could go wrong here?
Yeah, what could go wrong?
Yep.
Gonna mess it up. Chris Ray from Captain Lake Fair isn't here till 1.
Another break.
Thank you, Kelly.
That would make sense.
So switching gears a little bit, I'd like to talk about our Tumwater Artesian Brewfest event that we do every year. Again, it's hard to list the years we've done it because it doesn't seem that long ago we started this, but it's been 12 years. Next year will be our 13th year of providing this event in Tumwater. It's always the third Saturday in August. It's 1 to 7 p.m. It used to be 8 p.m. We switched it this year to end at 7 p.m. and that seemed to be a good fit. It's growing every year. This last year, if you remember, it was August 16th. The weather did it was pretty bad. The 2 days, especially the Friday before. So that might have hurt attendance a little bit. We ended up about 3,500 to 4,000 people this year. We're expecting 4,000 to 5,000 next year if we don't have a thunderstorm the day before. We have over 15 food vendors as well. We have live music, activities, awards, food, and more. And I like to say, adults come to drink and play like a kid. We have inflatables, games, cornhole. So it's not just you come and drink beer, but you're active. There's all kinds of activities you can do. Bubbles. We have bubbles down there that people can play, and So it's very interactive. We have karaoke. So that very much a great beer festival, and it's becoming to be known as one of the best in Washington State. We have a sign company that comes out now at a lot of our events, and this is the one we had made for Tomahawk Artesian Brewfest, and that was as you enter the field. We do beer styling competitions, men and ladies. We have bands that perform throughout the event. This year's headliner was Hales Bales. You could hear them from on the top of the hill because my wife could tell me that they could kill them. They're very loud, but they're very good. It's like a hard rock band. Yeah, and then I took a picture of the police here. I wanted to include that because we also hire security to help us with this event, but we also have a good presence of the police, and it's a positive experience with the police being there with participants, and we appreciate them being there. And there's some pictures of the brewers that are there. We have over 50 brewers. We do cider, spirits, and wine as well, but mainly beer. And that's grown. So last year we did we did like 42 breweries, and then this past year we were up to 50. We use a lot of volunteers, about 70 volunteers for the day to help us with the event, 3 shifts. We couldn't do it without them. And so they get a t-shirt, and usually they do 1 shift and then they can be part of the event and they get free entry to the event. Except for the last shift, that's the hard one, and there is no event to go back to. So that's always hard to get, but we do get some people to help us clean up, and we should appreciate their effort. On the right corner of Valhalla Mead, that was a new brewer that came. So I want to include that. We have new brewers coming each year to this event. This is some information from our ticket sales from this past year. And so it's about 50% of what the tickets we got, because the people that come the day of that just pay cash, we don't have the information, but this is all the ticket sales that we had online. So 50% are coming from the local area, 33% Western Washington area, 7% outside, and 3% Eastern Washington. And outside and Eastern Washington, those are the ones we're trying to target to get more coming to the event, and that's grown the last couple of years. We're having more breweries coming from East Side and also Oregon as well to our event, so that helps with those numbers because they promote our event very well. And the funding is trying to help us reach a larger geographical outreach. All around Washington, Oregon, we have a focus on 50 miles or greater from Tumwater. And then we do that through brewing, publication, advertisements, social media, TV, radio, online, and posters and coasters. And I was glad to hear that that event that Toyota might be a different day, because that would be good to get those participants at our event too and not compete. So it was good to hear. That was good to hear. So yeah, it's a celebration of the history of Tumwater as well, the brewing history, and we incorporate that in the event. The Olympia Tumwater Foundation is there with a display that shows the history of Tumwater. We've worked the last couple of years with South Puget Sound Community College. They are a sponsor of our event. In the last 2 years, they've held an event at the Craft District where they host the breweries or invite the breweries to come, and they give a tour of the craft of distilling, South Puget Sound Distilling there, and then they have food and drinks for the brewers. So that helps bring the brewers a day early, stay overnight, and then they set up the next day. So that's helped. We have about 20 or 30 brewers that participate in that out of the 50. So that's been successful, and hopefully we'll continue that. And I think that's it, unless you have any questions on Brewfest.
I like the idea that you do an event the day before to be able to feature the distilling college, what they offer. That's really a good idea.
And then they also, Percival Creek Brewing is their beer that they brew with the students. And then they had 2 beers and 2 ciders that they sampled at the event this year.
Were they at?
They're at Brewfest, yeah.
They at Brewfest this year?
Mhm. Yeah, so then they have students as well. They have an educational booth as well,
Mhm.
talking about their program. They have students there. And then they have samples of the beer and cider that people can taste. So it's a good win-win.
Get the weather to cooperate.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, who would have thought?
The year before we had to shut down early
I
because of
know.
the thunder.
The hurricane or
Yeah.
whatever was gonna come through.
It made setting up Friday very difficult, actually impossible. So we had a lot to do Saturday morning.
Oh, because of Friday.
It rained all day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, who would have thought on August? Oh. Well, good. So, Paul, you're online. Do you have any questions for our Brewfest event? Okay. Do you have any other questions here for?
I don't have any, Dave. Do you have any?
I'm good.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Todd.
Okay, and it looks like we are ahead of schedule. Our next presentation is scheduled for 12:15 and it is 11:52 right now. I don't see the presenters present, so we may want to just pause for another break.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Oh, geez. I'm not typing well this morning.
Is it all right if I go ahead and share the presentation on Zoom to get prepped?
Yes.
Seven, thank you.
This is all one sided. We'd need like a trailer to bring it all. It'd be like this.
Right.
Okay, so if you guys are ready to get started, our hotelier is on Zoom, Sat Paul Sohal, and our rest of our LTAC committee is here.
I'd like to welcome Park Foundation of Thurston County and Danielle Westbrook and Richard Williams. Welcome.
Well,
Thank you.
to clear up any confusion at first, Chuck Denny actually reached out to me last week and he was concerned that this was for the Park Foundation of Thurston County. It's actually not.
Okay.
They are just our fiscal sponsor. So we are.
I was confused about that too.
Yeah, we are our own organization. He's done most all of the paperwork for our nonprofit status, but it's me that is behind on things. So we're getting our own nonprofit, but we use Park Foundation as our fiscal sponsor, and depending on what the application calls for is who we list. So, but we just applied for Olympia and we just did it under Ecstatic Sound Collective, which is going to be our nonprofit.
You're going to be known as now what you're.
Ecstatic Sound Collective is the group that puts on the Olympia Funk Fest. So it's not a Park Foundation event. They're just our fiscal sponsor. So it's actually Ecstatic Sound Collective.
Thank you for clear.
Yeah. So forgive me, my brain is not fully functioning yet. My mom died last week. So
My.
yeah. So I didn't have a big presentation set up. And actually Richard is the one that did the application. So why don't do you want to start by chatting a little bit about Funk Fest? Okay.
Well, while the LTAC funding is for the festival, I also want to let you know the Ecstatic Sound Collective has a lot of other kind of programs going on. We do instrument collection for youth, collecting, repairing, and distributing instruments to primarily middle school and high school students that might not be able to do otherwise in band. We also throw concerts, a lot of them free to the public throughout the year as well. And then kind of each year culminates in our festival, which is kind of the big draw. So I just wanted to, we have our hands in a lot of other things besides just this one weekend. Otherwise, yeah. And the festival itself, I mean, it's, as you'll see as we get to the website, I think this is actually one of the best ways to view what we have together, because this is what the public is seeing as far as their lodging options, what's happened in our past events. And so this is a really good kind of a space to see what we do.
Okay, so we started out in 2024 with two venues, a capacity of 500 or so. In 2025, we doubled our capacity. So we had almost 1,200 people each day for 3 days. In Olympia, that includes bands, festival attendees, of course, staff and volunteers. So a lot of people coming to Thurston County in the dead of winter. And 2026, we're looking at the same. We have our capacity is around 1,000 a day, but then with staff and bands and whatnot, it's roughly 1,200 a day. Our lineup is here. And these are bands from across the country. Tank and the Bangas, George Porter Jr. is out of New Orleans. Where is Mono Neon out of these days? He was Prince's bass player at once upon a time. Yeah, and many Grammy Award nominated and winning groups are coming to play in Olympia. And of course, we have regional and local bands that come and play, like Eldridge Gravy and the Court Supreme, Funkways, McTuff, Luna Melt, that's my band. But all across the country. And we've already sold for almost half of our weekend passes, over half of our weekend passes. We've sold 460 weekend passes, and we have 22 kids. Kids are free, 15 and under. And so that's what we really like to highlight. about this festival is it's all ages and it's a true community event. I'm just going to show you some photos, hopefully, from 2025. This is Carl Denson's Tiny Universe. This is George Porter Jr. Oh, that's Clinton Fair. I'm sorry, his face is cut off on my screen. Ooh. There's Eldridge Gravy in the Court Supreme. Here is the Supersonic Shorties, an all-female funk band from they come from across the nation to play together. And on drums, that's Nikki Glaspie, who was at one time Beyonce's drummer. This is the Andy Coe Band, and they're from Seattle. This is the True Loves, Jimmy James and the True Loves. But I just wanted to kind of focus on kids. So we really, our first year, kids 12 and under were free. And then second year, 15 and under. And again, this year, 15 and under are free. But we really like to promote youth involvement in our festival. This is a back of a kid's shirt. Olympia's best festival. Another kid watching the stage. This is Quinn. What's Quinn's brother's name? Okay, these are the Eberhardt kids, and they've been coming to the festival since year one, and they have their tickets for 2026. Those are the two Eberhardt kids in 2024. So this was our kiddos table at our Sunday Soul Brunch, and this was Quinn Porter Eberhardt, middle name Porter, named after George Porter Jr., who is signing his shirt. So we just really make this a community event, family friendly, and we try to give people experiences of a lifetime, which for the Eberhardts, it certainly was. So let's see if I can get back. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. And this year, we're finally bringing, this was kind of an idea we've had for each of the years, is we're going to have master classes taught by FunkFest performers. And we have actually a couple of UPS teachers that are interested in coming and teaching master classes for kids. So that's going to be free, open to the public, actually. We added a fourth venue this year, Elk Lodge. And so we're going to have youth performers on Sunday. We're also going to have master classes geared at youth. I mean, adults can attend too, but it's really geared towards kids. And that's, like I said, that venue is actually going to be free and open to anyone, not just ticket holders. Then as far as lodging is concerned, we weren't able to collect data from 2024 just because we weren't managing our own ticketing. So it was really difficult to manage our data. But in 2025, we sold out all 3 Olympia hotels downtown. And we had hotels listed from across Thurston County. And in conversations with other local hotels, they said, yeah, we definitely had people staying in our hotels. So this year, we are proud to add other host hotels. So DoubleTree is our Olympia host hotel. And then we have the Quinta Inn and Suites that is signed on to be a host hotel. And what's important about this is this is on the bus line, which is super cool. And buses run pretty late. And the Red Lion Hotel, they've been rumored to be going under renovation for years now. And so 2025, they ended up being open, but we have gotten actual confirmation that they're going to be closed. So there's only 2 hotels in downtown Olympia, and we sold them out last year. And so we're going to be pushing heads and beds even more so in Tumwater. We have somebody in Lacey, a hotel in Lacey lined up yet. They haven't quite gotten us their information yet. And after a conversation, I believe his name is Gary at DoubleTree just a couple days ago, he gave us some recommendations for other hotels to bring into the fold because he read our application and he's super excited about the festival. So that'll be a direct boon to Tumwater specifically that we're excited about, because on our area attractions page, and I'm going to be doing more with this again, my last week was a little bit delayed. We have attractions for families in downtown Olympia, in Tumwater, because on Saturday, our festival doesn't start until, well, I think it's like 1-ish or 2-ish. And so they have the whole morning to hang out in Thurston County. And if they're staying in Tumwater, even better, they can go to the Craft District. And we're going to be contacting owners of businesses there and seeing if we can get some Funk Fest deals to encourage people to go there. And of course, we have the parks, depending on the weather, the Olympic Flight Museum. And so there's just a lot of neat stuff to do, just right in walking distance of the hotel. And so we're just really excited to partner with Tumwater in 2026. Anything else? What am I missing? Okay, yes, I think that's it. I'm going to open it up for questions.
This is a new event. Oh, we do have Sat Paul on line here. Sat Paul, do you have questions for the group?
Maybe more of a comment. I mean, I definitely love the fact that it's in January, which is definitely off season. And then, but my only other question would be, because the legislative season starts right about there too, especially the hotels in downtown Olympia are probably pretty busy that time already, right? I would assume.
Yeah, they definitely are. We put all of our artists at the DoubleTree as well. So the other hotel that gets Funk Fest, the Red Lion really needs renovations, but our Funk Fest attendees really like the grittiness of it. And then there's Town Place Suites. But yes, those will be filled up by some legislators or some, who are, Councilmember Swarthout and I are really familiar with the legislators that come into town for the weekend, but a lot of them go home on the weekends. So yeah, we're definitely appreciative of the La Quinta and their support and being able to push people towards a little bit nicer accommodations.
And then the other question, so how many years have you been doing this already? Or
this will be our third year. We're coming up on our third annual, so just twice.
Okay. That's all I had.
Yeah.
It says January 30th and February 1st.
Yeah, January 30th through February 1st. So
the fact that it's a 3-day festival really helps, as opposed to having, a single day or even a 2-day where you maybe get people on that one day. A lot of people come in the night before on like Thursday evenings. Some people are obviously staying through Sunday night. So it really kind of helps get extra heads in beds that it is a 3-day plus event for people and really a lot of people are doing it for the whole weekend. There's not a whole lot of, we've gone back and forth about doing single day tickets, but really so many people want to come down and do the full experience. And that usually ends up people staying in these hotels for 2-3+ days. So.
Reminds me of the jazz festivals where usually it's a destination. So you do buy a multi-day ticket.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, like I said, we've sold over around 450, 475 already. And over half are coming from more than 50 miles away already. And we have 5 different states. People have bought tickets from Hawaii, Utah, Nevada, California, Oregon, Vancouver, BC, and so 7 states, including ours. And we had over 12 states represented for this year's festival, 2025, and 3 countries, plus all the artists that are coming from all around the country. So it's really an exciting festival.
And this is a for-profit. You guys are a for-profit.
No, we'll be, so Park Foundation, our fiscal sponsor, of course, is a nonprofit, and we are applying for nonprofit status. So this is nonprofit. Yeah. So no, we don't make any money.
Yes.
On your application that we received, it said for-profit. So that's why we were questioning.
That doesn't err. It's nonprofit.
All funds go to things like instrument collection, providing the free concerts.
Okay, so that's why I was questioning. So
Okay, yeah.
On the main page that we got. So yeah.
Any proceeds get rolled forward to the next festival, to our youth programs, to the free concerts for the community.
Yeah. Because we do things, we get all these instruments donated, usually off of Buy Nothing, which is hilarious. Yeah, and we do instrument repair and programs throughout the year, and we're building that, of course. But we actually have a free show coming up for Arts Walk. Unfortunately, it's 21+ because there aren't a lot of great music venues in Thurston County. We want to be a part of Arts Walk, but that is going to be a free show coming up on October 3rd. So, and we just had our CD release, or not CD release, gosh, our lineup release at Ilk Lodge, which was an all ages venue and free.
So the usual too is like we're not like Olympia that has $1 million to distribute. So
Yeah.
So a portion would still be useful if we weren't able to fully fund.
A portion would definitely be useful. and we've had to answer this question in a couple different applications now. Well, what are you going to do if you don't get funding? Well,
We're still going.
we're still going. We can't like say, oh, sorry, we've entered contracts with the venues and with the musicians. So it's really high fundraise for a living. One of the things that I do for a living. And it's a really difficult time to fundraise and to get individual donors. So any help that LTAC could give would just really be appreciated.
And where's the location of the event exactly?
So it's at 3 or 4 different venues now: the Olympia Center, the Olympia Ballroom, the Capitol Theater, and we've added Elk Lodge as a 4th venue for this year. And we have a funky bus. I'm hoping to have 2 funky buses this year. So the funky bus travels amongst all the venues. And because, you know, the La Quinta is so close, that's just a quick hop up, you know, to drop people off there as well. So I'm hoping to add a 2nd funky bus.
I appreciate that you listed them as a host hotel.
Yes. And we're still building that. I'm just a little bit behind. And any ideas that you all have of how we can more support Tumwater, you know.
Well, thank you for clarifying your status.
Yes, nonprofit and not a Park Foundation event.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
We are at time.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thanks for coming in today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we are on schedule. And next up, we have Todd Anderson, the City of Tumwater for Tumwater Valley Golf Club.
From the IRS. Dated 2008.
Didn't match any.
Okay, you got me for 2 more, and then you're done with me today. Thank you for let me talk on behalf of our Tumwater Valley Golf Course in regards to the WIAA Scholastic Golf Championship. Oh, we stopped this from this is an event that hosts our smaller high schools in mid-May. So our 1A, 2A schools at Tumwater Valley Golf Course. It is a very competitive process to get this in Tumwater at our golf course. It's a 2-year commitment. We have it next year, and then we'll have to apply for the following. One thing that helps us, because our biggest struggle is weather, is the VIP experience that we're able to do for these families and for these players. You keep skipping without doing that. So one thing LTAC funding has helped in the past is these flags you see on the flag post. So these are down Capitol Boulevard, so they're all over the flag posts. So when players and families are coming, they see that as they come down towards Tumwater Valley Drive. This is the early morning setup. We have, again, talking about, do you know why this is just going? Or how do I has set it up? Oh, okay. That'd be me. I don't know I did that. And this is the gallery, so it doesn't just have players, but it has spectators, parents, other players. So about 400 people in those 2 days, each day are at the golf course. It's a 2-day event, 120 players. And what we're asking for this year with LTAC funding is to help create a place where we have a scoring area for the players where they receive instructions. And the next slide that's coming up will show you right here, kind of on this side where you see those 2 tents. This is an area that we focus on throughout the 2-day event where players can get scoring results and receive information throughout the event. And we are hoping to put an outdoor scoring pad in this area, about a 20 by 20 concrete pad, and requesting that we would get a 10 by 15 logo tent that we could use there throughout the 2-day event. This is at the end of the event. We have a big celebration with the mayor comes out and presents the awards to the champions. It's a great, okay, I think we can stop. Great experience for the kids, but also families. And this event, it's not just a 2-day event. It involves throughout the year, players coming to do practice rounds. Again, it's families coming to stay the night and play the course throughout the year. And this customer service, the VIP, the quality of the course really is why they selected Tomorrow Valley Golf Course the last 2 times. And we're hoping that to keep increasing the VIP experience and the customer service and the quality of the course will continue. And we just found out 2 weeks ago, speaking of the quality of play and quality of the course and the customer service, that Tomorrow Valley was accepted for the AGGA, American Junior Golf Association. They selected our course to be a spot where they're going to have 4 days in August, over 100 players play down there and compete. And so those are kids not graduated high school yet, so 19, from ages 12 to 19 that will be playing, and that will also include multiple practice rounds throughout the year before this happens. And they have selected our course for this 4 days tournament, and we got it for 4 years. So it just goes to show that the investment we're making in the course and this event is inspiring other events to come down there. So we appreciate your guys' support over the years, and that's what the funding will go this year, if we get it. And I'll take any questions you might have about the 2-day tournament.
We do have Sat Paul in line. Sat Paul, if you have any questions for Todd about the request.
No, I don't think I have any questions. I think I'm good.
Yeah, on your funding request here, it looks like you have it basically kind of in 2 parts for this scoring pad and logo tent. Is that right?
Yeah.
So if you don't get 100% funding, does that mess all that up, or how's that going to work?
It might just depend on what's funded, how big the pad is, and then if we can get a 10 by 15 tent, or do we have to get a 10 by 10 tent?
Okay.
But we're hoping to make something that we can use throughout the year and for these tournaments. They're outgrowing the shelter we have there. It's not big enough, so we need something outside that we can use for those championship tournaments.
So the pad is permanent, and then you would put a tent over.
The pad is yeah, and then the tent is pop-up tent. The scoring pad would be concrete, so it would always be there.
So people just go inside and just see like what their results or something? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they'll see.
I don't know what a scoring pad is.
Yeah,
so-
I didn't either before doing this.
Yeah.
So then they'll have a
results or something.
Yeah.
Talk running. So.
Yeah, so the scoring pad in the shelter we have now has a scoring board, and on the other side we can use that board for the outside where we'll put the scoring pad and then the portable tent. So you have 2 scoring tables you can use and show scores throughout the event, and that's where people check in, and they get throughout the event where players, when they're done, they will come report their scores. So it's kind of an active area for those 2 days, and it's just so many people, so many players that we have to expand out. So trying to make it a little more permanent.
I think I was there one morning when the tournament was just starting, and it's just trying to like
Yeah.
the players and just having a central location where people can get together. So I understand.
So you think if you get less than 100% funding, you're still going to be able to make something happen and work?
I hope so.
Because it's very difficult to get 100% funding on
Right.
everybody. So it's pretty unusual for that to happen. But we also don't want to tie funding up somewhere where it's not going to be used at all. So that's why I was wondering if you had any other funding sources to finish the 9,000 if you didn't get it all.
Yeah, we might be able to
Sell a city car or something.
maybe we can ask the
Golf
Parks
cart.
Commission. Yeah,
Okay.
anything would help to try to get that permanent structure.
Okay.
So it's a 2-day event, correct?
Yes.
Do the players play both days? Meaning, the same player, would they play the first day and the second day?
Correct.
So it's basically a forced overnight stay.
Yeah.
Got it.
And again, they come throughout the year to practice. So a
Mhm.
lot of the families are coming and staying and playing that course throughout the year. So it's a big deal. And we usually compete with, golf courses in Eastern Washington that have the weather. So it's been great to be able to get that in mid-May, and last year the weather was perfect. So hopefully it works good.
No more questions.
Todd?
Okay, I got one more, and then I'm
Yep.
out of your hair, I promise.
So Todd will also be presenting for Tumwater Falls Fest. And with that, we're a little ahead of schedule.
Usually I get in trouble for talking too much, so doing good. This is a first time we've applied for LTAC funding for this event, our Tumwater Falls Fest. We just had it last Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Brewery Park. And it's a unique event, something we've never done before when we started 3 years ago. And it focuses on art, community food, and music. And I would say salmon as well. We try to do this event right when kind of the salmon are running. We have over 20, we had over 20 art vendors. So, yeah. So we partner with OTF on doing it at the park down there. And we fill the lawn with art vendors, community members, and sponsors. Yeah, again, I said we have over 20 art vendors this year. Last year we had 15 art vendors, so it's growing that way. And we have about 5 food vendors. We have entertainment, bands on the stage, face painting, art projects. The kids can do scavenger hunts around the trails of the river. We have salmon talking tours. The Historical Society is part of it. The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, Tumwater Stream Team, the Rotary. So many community partners and art vendors at this event. And this shows you the stage we have, where we have bands that play throughout the day, and kids can participate in our community booths where they learn about the environment and the river and salmon and pollution, how pollution affects our environment. The libraries there give reading to the kids. Again, this is on the right. That's the salmon. So there's talks about the salmon to the kids, and they can see the salmon coming up the river. Tenino Sandstone is there. We have free activities and for the kids that come. And one of the main things is to highlight our local art vendors and encourage people to purchase things from them. So they are a highlight of the event, but there's also a lot of community groups that are there offering free prizes and activities for the kids as well. They also learn how to recycle. And so for the LTAC funding, we're hoping to develop a more regional approach to this event, bring more people from outside the Tumwater and Thurston County area. And that's what we'll be going for is for the LTAC funding to help with that marketing effort. And we have the geofencing, thanks to the Experience Olympia. Last year we had about 2,500 people that we tracked. This year it looked to me like it was a lot bigger, but we'll have those numbers soon. But I would say we had about 3,000 to 3,500, my guess, last Saturday. And I'll take any questions you might have.
Again, we have Set Paul online. Did you have any questions for Todd on the Falls Fest?
So my only concern is this more of a local event versus really putting heads in beds?
It is a local event, but we're trying to promote to bring people from outside the area. We do get a lot of visitors from the geofencing that they're coming to view the falls, but they didn't sometimes know the event was happening. But that's what we want to reach, promote outside of our area to get people to come to this event.
So how many people did you get on the geofencing out of town? And that could include people that are just visiting the falls, I guess, right?
Yeah, that could, I believe it was like 200 to 250 that was outside the 50 miles last year.
And then this is the first time you guys are applying for this grant, right?
First time, yep.
Okay. But this event has been going on for how long?
This last year was our 4th year.
4th year. Okay, got it. That's
Has it
all.
always had the same name? Was there something called the Harvest Festival at one time, or is that?
No, it was called the Falls Fest.
Okay.
We did change the date. It was the first weekend in October, and we changed it to the last to not compete with Arts Walk.
I think it used to be back in the day when it was the homesteaders, when it used to do it with the Historical Society, right?
Oh yeah, they used to do an event down there.
It was called the Harvest Festival.
Yeah, you're right. They used to do that different event, but that was great as well. They used to do cider and yeah, those yeah.
Yeah.
They are at our event, but
Yeah.
And we've talked about them doing some examples of that, the cider press, but it hasn't worked out because it's a lot of work and it's hard for them to get the people to do it. But that's something we would like to do, is bring that part of the fall, because that was a great event that they did for many years. I remember bringing my kids to that.
Homesteader program was really awesome in the middle school, and so great. It was a wonderful event. I have to say, we participated. I participated. We had it was interesting talking to people, because there were a lot of people that were out that were new to Tumwater, and I was surprised. So how many people we had from out of like California, and that just happened to be looking at the falls and just happened to be. So it was great. So it was a beautiful day.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And next, early, if you don't mind, Chris, are you prepared? Okay, we got Capitol Lake Fair with Chris Ray, if she's ready to go.
Not to a USB. So I brought paper bubbles, and I have extras if you want. PowerPoint. So the PowerPoint's inside the first.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Also include this.
Oh my gosh, look at the film. Thank you.
Oh. Did I? Sorry. It's okay. They're reading, so I want.
I'm sorry, we're
Oh,
about to
that's
get your brochure. Ready when you are.
Yeah,
We
here's,
will.
here's mostly the PowerPoint.
Yeah.
But I'd like to give the program.
Of course.
So. Okay, well, my name is Chris Ray and Office Manager of Capital Lake Fair. This is my 3rd year here and still not my forte.
Yes, it's okay. We
So,
understand.
and I'm a little deaf, so. Yeah. Okay, well, pretty much, sometimes I think that how do people already not know about Capital Lake Fair, but not everyone does. But for 68 years, Capital Lake Fair has been a Thurston County tradition since the first event in 1957. And what we do, I'm going to veer off this. We have a 5-day festival, 3rd weekend of July, where there's a carnival and a parade and a car show and lots of music, food, fireworks. And we also raise millions of dollars for local nonprofit food vendors. They're the ones who are in the food row. And we give out scholarships to young women in the area high schools for higher education. And we've paid out a little over 400,000. We also travel, and this is where the promotion comes. We travel to 14 other festivals, and we promote our area. And we take our float. And these groups that about 7 of the groups out of the 14, maybe 9, reciprocate by coming back to our festival. And they do stay in hotels because they're from BC to Astoria and Portland. Lake Fair, so Lake Fair puts heads in beds. The parade brings in traveling bands from out of town. Many stay locally. The entertainment stage brings in a lot of performers, and not all of them live in town, so they stay locally. The traveling float crew festival heads that I just mentioned, they're all out of 15-mile range, and they're usually here at least 2 days, if not longer, and they stay in hotels. Our vendors come and they go to hotels, and we do provide information on Tumwater hotels as well as Olympia and Lacey. We have 60 vendors. A lot of them are from out of town. And then there's the carnival workers. They have bunkhouses. I don't even know what that is. Maybe now it's RVs, but some of them stay in local hotels. So the picture here, we had Blitz in our parade this year. That was really cool. And the military is very important to us as well. And the middle picture in the bottom are those 14 plus other festival people, their royalty. And then I have a picture of one of your hotels that we suggest out. We have our scholarship ambassador program, and not only do they receive scholarships, but they do a lot of community service. I think they're busy almost every weekend, and it starts around April and goes through October. Our last event, I think, is senior services coming up. But we do the American Cancer Society Relay for Life, Arts Walk, Clam Chowder Challenge, Harbor Days, Jukebox Heroes, the Fishing Day, Seeds of Hope, Senior Services, and this is just a few. But this is the first year we did the Tumwater High School Day of Champions. It was really cool. But these photos show, I mean, the one with the lady in purple, that, you know, a person who beat cancer, and she just looks so happy. And the fire truck pictures from the Day of Champions. And there's just a picture of our royalty. So yeah, they go and they they paint faces for kids. They teach kids how to fish. They make pirate hats. They just do a lot of stuff. And they also fundraise, like for Jukebox Heroes. So we ask for funding from Tumwater because it helps with our promotional float travel. And every year we have a new theme with new signage and a new design. And last year it was the Roaring 20s. There was a lot of fun. And this year I'm being told it's something to do with a dragon with smoke. That's all I know so far. But we take our floats to these 14 other festivals and promote. And your name is on our signage, as well as our shirts and our pins and our program. Another reason we could use help is our office storage rent, which holds the float, several vehicles, several trailers. We rent from a business in Tumwater. And it's the same business, but they have two different names. So, and also for marketing and advertising, website, social media, and program. This is our program. And other, we buy ads, and we're in arts, early arts, which we have to pay for. Again, I was so excited. I put Blitz in there again. The float picture is from Seafair. It was really cool. And our two of our officers, they're Capitolarians, we have probably 25 Capitolarians. Numbers are dwindling, so we really need to work on getting more help. So 2025 Lake Fair, we're in good time. It was a success. We're really excited for 2026 with this dragon thing. And we really thank you for your past support and your future, hopefully future support. Yeah, that's it. I'm sure I could say more.
Okay, so we have Sat Paul online. Do you have any questions for Chris today about Lake Fair?
I guess my first question was, I guess, your ask. I mean, from previous years, it's always been around 8,000, where this year it's 20,000. What was a major reason for that?
That is because our sponsorships are really low, because I'm the only one doing office work, and it doesn't get the care it needs. And also because we've seen that a lot of times we get way less than what we ask, so we were hoping that would help.
Okay, that's the only question I had.
I don't have any questions. Bill?
Just one question. What specifically would the LTAC funds be used for?
It would be used to help us pay the rents and go in the promotional float travel, because we have hotels, and they would take the girls, we have a float crew, few of the officers, so we have hotels, food, gas. That float alone is in a big semi truck. So
I think traditionally that's what I think traditionally that's what the fund's been used for in the past, right?
I try to I try to customize it to Tumwater, because we want to spend money in your city. So that's why the rent's in there. And you are promoted in our float travel.
I'm good.
Yeah, I was curious about that too, because I know fundraising has been hard. Just having a nonprofit myself, it's just
right.
Hard.
It's
hard all the way around. So,
yes.
so I appreciate that. So, all right. So how was attendance this year? What do you guys? What do you think? Or do you guys geofence?
We do, but
Okay.
I don't have that with me, and I didn't have it when I applied, but I have it now, and I can forward that.
Okay, I was just curious.
So,
everybody's geofencing.
Yeah.
Thanks to BCB. So.
Numbers were higher than last year, and really great. Even some of them were even higher than what I estimated. But we ask DES, State Patrol, the police department, inner city transit. We also have our own area, kind of. Like the parade, how many rows of people and how long it is, and fireworks, so many people. So it is an estimate, because it's open fencing. I mean, anyone can come in, and we can't count everyone.
Right. Yeah. Feel like it's a good turnout this year.
Yeah, we've always, in the past, it's been 200,000 the estimate, and 180, 185. And so, and I'm sure that's not exact. Yeah, well, you know.
Well, I think the geofencing numbers are in the packet.
Why wasn't it?
No, I see them in the packet.
Oh, it is in there?
I may
Yeah.
have, that might have been the preliminary one, because she sent a preliminary one first, and then just a couple weeks ago sent a final.
I think it has attendees, local attendees of total attendees was 53,000, local was 30,000. So I guess visited out of state was around 3,000 maybe.
And I can't remember what my numbers were, but yeah. And then, that's based on telephones and cell phones, and
Mhm.
my partner doesn't have a cell phone, so some people don't get counted.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate your
Thank you.
presentation today. Thank you for coming in.
Okay, we are ahead of schedule. Our next presentation is scheduled for 1:15 p.m. I do see our presenter in the crowd. If Gene is ready, he's going to be presenting for Fan Zone.
Thank you. So I'm Gene Angel. I am the City of Tumwater's Economic Development Coordinator, and I'm presenting today on behalf of the Thurston Chamber of Commerce. This is kind of an interesting one, fan zones, right? So a little bit of background. In June 2018, FIFA, which is the international governing organization for soccer tournaments and games and rules, selected Canada, Mexico, and the United States to jointly co-host the FIFA World Cup tournament in the summer 2026. So it's kind of an interesting bid that we did in North America, and each of the countries are going to host individual matches. So there will be some matches in Mexico, some matches in the United States, and some matches in Canada. And Seattle is going to be getting 6 of those games between June 2026 and July 2026. And they are expected to be significant tourism draws for Washington State. Now, the Seattle FIFA World Cup Local Organizing Committee has created 9 fan zones throughout Washington State. And really, this is sort of what we're talking about today. And the fan zones are meant to be family-friendly festival hubs where people can come and watch the games on large projector screens, can listen to live music, can eat food, local food, play games, and just generally enjoy festival atmospheres. The money here that we're asking for, that the chamber is asking for, is really meant to go towards marketing and amenities and increasing visibility both here and in various marketing schemes that they have. One thing that's kind of cool about this is they are putting together a mobile application that will allow tourists participating in fan zones to check in at local businesses, and then they can earn points that are redeemable for different prizes or kind of things that FIFA is giving away, up to and including match game tickets in Seattle, and those are extremely expensive tickets, so we think that there will be some interest in that. And we do know that the Craft District has been identified as one of the early preliminary spaces where individuals on the app can check in. I have some impact numbers here that have been provided to me. So we're looking at approximately, these are estimates, 12,000 total visits greater than 50 miles, 1,500, out-of-state visitors, 250, paid room nights, 3,000, and all of that for a total economic output for Thurston County, $8.4 million. The estimated Tumwater economic output is ranged between 1.4 million and 2.1 million. And then Tumwater's total tax revenue is estimated at $127,260. They estimate that for every $1 in municipal investment, that they will return back to the community between $28 and $42 in economic output. Happy to take questions.
Said Paul can go first.
Paul. Yes, so is this, you're with the Thurston County? Because I know there's been so many questions, who's doing what? Is Thurston County taking in charge of this fan zone, or is it every city still doing their own little thing? What's the deal?
So my understanding is that the Thurston Chamber of Commerce is the organizer for this event, and they have applied to LTAC funding at the various municipalities, and they have some other funding sources as well, but they are the coordinating member here.
And this, I think it's a $2 million number, right? Is the initial investment? That's the numbers given by FIFA, correct? What the standard cost is?
So I don't have vision into the earlier part of this process. I was brought in a little bit late to speak on the chamber's behalf. I do know that there was an original number that was revised down. And so I know that they've had a different ask for the other municipalities. And, that's about the vision that I have into that.
Yeah, I think on the application, it's got a $2 million number, I think, of total expenses. But I think there's been other discussions where it has come down to $1 million, I guess. But as a side note, I mean, it's definitely going to make an impact on every single hotel, every single restaurant, whatever it is, because of the impact what's going to happen in downtown Seattle. I mean, all those Seattle hotels. So I definitely feel that it's an investment, but I just don't know if this particular committee can afford to do $50,000. It's going to be tough. That's all I really had.
Well, probably a little background. The reason we brought it to the LTAC is because it did come to the cities originally, and I could probably have assistant city administrator speak a little bit to it. The cities were all, and to the counties were all, they made presentations to all of us, and as far as it started out, I think we were looking at over $300,000 requests to the cities. And so we were in sticker shock at that point. And so, so we've been waiting to hear back as far as, and so there's been discussion and going back and forth as far as the amount. And so that was the portion that came back from the chamber that we were made aware of was the 50,000. And so as the chair of the LTAC committee, I had requested that we make this as a presentation to the LTAC committee for you all to have a voice in it, because we can't, as far as taking it from general fund, it was not something that would be appropriate, I believe, to take from general fund from the city of Tumwater. That it would be like an event that would be something that LTAC should look at. And so that's why we are making this application to LTAC. And so it was for your purview and just for your input on it. And that's where we are on. So Gene has joined us as now he's our economic development director for the city of Tumwater. And Sherry, he's brand new to all of this as well. So we're kind of like building a plane as we're flying as far as this whole program goes. And so we're not trying to not having confidence in this, but it's just that this is something that has been presented to the cities to participate in. And so we wanted to bring it to our committee and get your feedback on it.
So I don't see an actual budget for any of this.
So I believe in the back of your packet, you should see a line item budget here on the end.
Is there a page number by any chance?
I do not see a page number.
Yeah.
I see item 5 is what I have.
Page. That's 257.
I think it's page 257, yes.
Ah. That page is lost somewhere.
On the back of something else.
That's why I was asking about this question regarding this budget, because I'm assuming that the city did, or you guys did not come up with this budget. Is this budget number from actually FIFA? Because when they do other fan zones?
I wish that I had an answer for that. Unfortunately, I don't have vision into how this particular budget was created.
So there'll be fan zones across, let's see, there are 7? So they'll be across the state of Washington. They'll be doing fan zones. Yeah, I wish I could.
Yeah, so 9 total fan zones, and the interesting thing about our fan zone is we would be the southernmost fan zone. Vancouver, Washington was originally supposed to be one. They elected not to do that. So our particular fan zone would be, there is an increased interest that potentially people from Southwest Washington down into Portland and also along the coast would migrate over to our fan zone to participate in that festival.
I thought there was questions about Vancouver wanting to collaborate with Thurston County to do something.
The last that I've heard is that they are no longer participating in that process.
Okay.
And so I'd hate to put Jean on the spot as well, because we know about as much, we're gathering information as we go. And so the information that's in the packet is the information that we have gathered so far. And again,
A little limited.
it's a little limited. We've heard about, there's supposed to be, when you do this, we'll have access to an app that people will be able to use when they come into our region, and that, but you have to pay to play. And so, and to get access to the app. And so, and I'm trying to keep positive. I don't want to seem like negative, because I want to be, this is what we're being asked to do here. So, but it's just, we're dealing with not a lot of information right now. And so I just wanted to be able to present this to you. So I'll have a,
It is a tough situation in that there is a lack of information. The one thing that I would say in the pro side is that the FIFA World Cup is an absolutely huge event. If you're not familiar with it, the finals of the Super Bowl got about optimistically 200 million viewers. The final of the FIFA World Cup got about 1.4 billion. So we're talking about orders of magnitude larger than anything we've had in America since the last World Cup.
people are talking, this is going to be a big deal, but yeah. And then with the current climate in our world right now, there's a lot of unknowns right now as far as, yeah. So, but it is before us. And so that's why we wanted to bring it. We did have a proposal from the Thurston Chambers. So we wanted to bring that before for our committee for your review. Thank you.
So I have one more question. Will be,
Thank you, Satpal.
would this be subject to, because I know are all the other cities in? Because if Tumwater was in with the 50,000, let's say hypothetically, and I think you have an ask of 84,000 or something from the other cities, I mean, it needs to all fit together. If it doesn't, it's just going to not work, right?
So my understanding is that this event is going to take place no matter what happens with the other LTAC applications. You know, if you look at the budget, it's a ticketed event. There's also sponsorships. So there are other revenue mechanisms to make this event work. Certainly, my understanding is that the LTAC money specifically will go into promoting, marketing, and making sure that Tumwater businesses are part of that.
Got it.
Okay, so if we don't have any other questions, then thank you, Jean, for your presentation. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so we are a little bit ahead of schedule, and it looks like the last item on our agenda before we adjourn for this morning is our lodging tax, historic and cultural funding for 2026. And I believe our Parks and Recreation Director, Chuck Denny, will be presenting on that, but he's not quite here yet. So we may just have to take another little break.
Okay.
Were we going to discuss budget afterwards?
Yes, we will reconvene and you guys will go over your funding recommendations. Finance Director Niemeyer will be here and he'll run his Excel spreadsheet with your recommendations. And our city attorney will also be joining us if you guys have any questions during that time.
So the total ask here is 351,000. And then what is our
Right.
spend?
We need to,
We need
before we
to-
adjourn, should we have,
We need to have that discussion.
I don't think Paul has a new budget with,
So Sat Paul, in your packet, I will email you right now this sheet. there was a mistake in the funding, and I believe it was attachment C. There should be a total of $356,000, I believe, $500. There
Right, okay.
was, the Tumwater Falls Fest was mistakenly left out of your funding history spreadsheet.
No,
So I'll
okay.
email you over the correct sheet now.
Well, you just made it even worse.
Well, we're gonna have that discussion before we adjourn. So
Yeah,
Paul,
as long
about
as
it
we,
now.
yeah, as long as we have the discussion before we adjourn, we don't want to be playing with different numbers, so.
And Troy is coming in, so he's now appearing. So if we do have questions about numbers, and then this is our opportunity to talk to.
Feel free to direct your questions to Director Niemeyer.
Hi, everybody. I just happened to get on the Zoom to see how it was going, and I heard questions coming up about the financing. So, for Sat Paul, we had a very brief discussion before the meeting started that we could. You may recall from last year, we have a surplus of fund balance in the fund because of the 2 or 3 COVID years that were really slow and people didn't spend a lot of money on events. So last year, you may recall, we increased the budget $50,000 to help spend that down. And I suggested that we could do the same thing again this year if you'd like, if the committee would like.
I would suggest we do that. So we did 250,000. I would suggest we
You
do.
want to deal?
That's what we did last year, right? We did 250,000.
Or real close to that. We could do 250. I think that's close enough to.
Because right now mathematically it'd be 243 if we did 50. So, but if you want to make it
Well, just
250,
make it the max amount.
do we need to do a motion then before we start to make a motion that we change that amount, or what do you want to do?
I don't think so. I think this committee is making a recommendation to the city council, and so I don't think a motion is necessary, but we could check with Karen.
We did it last year.
Did we? Oh, okay. Well,
Like-
let's do that again then.
Yeah. I'm not really good about it. I want to be sure I'm doing everything correctly.
So I would
Don't
make
want to get in trouble with Karen.
That's
I
right.
want to stay out of jail.
If we want to do that, I would make the motion that we change the funding amount to 250,000 for 2026.
And I'll second the motion.
Is that Paul would? Okay. All those in favor to increase the spending amount for the 2026 LTAC amount to 250,000? All those in favor say aye.
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 Do we have Sep Paul? Sep Paul?
Aye.
Thank you. All right. Okay, we'll be dealing with, we are looking at $250,000. Thanks. It's a little bit easier.
Perfect. Thank you. In our minutes, we actually had the option last year to do next year's at that same price, at that same rate. We elected to wait for some reason, so we're actually doing what we already agreed to do.
Yeah, right.
And then I have a question too, then. There's some that we awarded that may not have had the opportunity to use their funding. So does that get?
That's possible. We, at this point in the year, there's quite a few organizations that we expect may submit for reimbursement. But I don't have any particular insight as to whether or not they actually held the event or not. And so we kind of run, unless we have specific information, I kind of run on the assumption that those reimbursement requests will come in before the end of the year and get paid. But if some don't, then they don't, and that's more money for next year too. I believe you were just talking about maybe for next year having that higher amount beforehand instead of kind of doing that ad hoc. And if that's a recommendation you'd like to make, we'll be forming in 2026. We'll be doing the budget for 27, 28. And so we could take that into consideration when doing the budget. And then we wouldn't have to just tack on some more at the end. You'd know ahead of time what we'd recommend for a budget.
I think Administrator Adams, we were talking about like probably maybe even having pre-meetings before we have the main meetings. So they all have these kind of discussions ahead of time. So we're refining our process here. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I was thinking earlier too, as we have another hotel
Yes.
getting ready to come online, that could be increased dollars for the future for the committee to allocate. So.
Yes. Get Sep Paul working on your friend. Get him to join the team.
I know, I thought we'd need, I'm the only sole owner out here. It's like,
We need
We
another
need to have
hotelier.
someone for sure. Did we reach out to someone? Did we get anywhere with that?
Okay, okay. Working on it. Shaking of the head here. So,
Mm.
when is that hotel set to open? I wonder. Good question. Yeah. Everything's just booming over there, so. Yeah.
Well,
But the only question, I mean, it shouldn't mean, it is an extended stay hotel, correct? If it's a extended stay. So if they have a lot of business, which is 30 days and more, then you will not be getting lodging taxes on it.
We won't? Oh, because it's an extended stay.
I mean,
Somebody in the back of the room knows all this.
Somebody
stuff.
knows something back there.
Yeah.
Stand up
Well-
and recognize yourself.
So it just kind of
VCB
depends.
knows everything. Interesting. Huh. Is that what, because there's that one up on the hill, Tumwater Hill. That's an interesting. Huh.
Well, if a guest stays more than 30 days, and then they're tax exempt, just like any tenant doesn't pay taxes. Because when we look at these numbers, I mean this year's numbers have declined a little bit. I can tell you my revenue is down. Having at least the 2 new hotels that have opened up, Chamois old hotel opened up this year, so that should be an improvement for next year for sure.
Need to get a hotelier to step up like you, thought Paul. So it's not painful.
It's only one day out of the year.
Yeah, one day out of the year.
Okay, well, we still are waiting for Chuck to arrive to give his presentation. So if you had any more questions for Director Niemeyer while he's here, now would be the time. And if not, maybe we could just take a few minutes of a break until Mr. Denny arrives.
little break.
The circles.
Drinking too much water.
I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, they're flying from Central South America. And what they want to do is drop their owners, these wealthy owners, Seattle, and then park all their. planes.
Okay, LTAC,
And then it's-
just so you're aware, and I just want to verify that Paul is still with us online.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. So I'm sorry, Chuck Denny will not be the presenter for this portion of the meeting, but it is going to be Todd Anderson. So Todd, if you could come forward, and you are doing the lodging tax, historic and cultural funding for 2026.
Congratulations.
You've been.
Yeah, you guys sick of me yet?
You lied to us. You said you weren't coming back.
I thought
So-
Chuck was going.
Todd Anderson Show.
Yeah, so this is the other 2% of the lodging tax for historical and cultural programs. And we are requesting in 2025, 70,000 go to historic buildings, 110,000 goes to historic programs. That's through the Olympia Tumwater Foundation, and 30,000 towards the historical brew house tower. And those are the same amounts as we did requested last year.
Do we have any questions?
Any questions?
Nope.
You have any questions,
Good.
Satpal?
Nope.
Do we have a motion to approve?
I would like to make a motion to approve the 210,000 lodging tax funds for the historical and cultural program.
And I will second the motion.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Where's Satpal? Are you on?
I
I think he says at the same time we drowned him. Okay.
Okay, all right. So with that, the motion has been approved. So we are now adjourned until we'll reconvene at 3 o'clock. We'll go off into our little corners and make our numbers, figure out our little numbers here and come back, and we will meet with Troy later and do our little spreadsheet and distribute some money. So thank you everyone for attending, and we'll see you back at 3.
one quick question. So the budget's 250?
250. Yes, sir. We approved for 250.
Okay, thank you.
For everyone online, we will be starting the meeting in 1 minute.
Isn't it terrible? Because I could barely see, and that distance is not my problem. It's close up.
Oh,
So this is-
distance.
So
I got tricycles,
sorry.
so I gotta tilt my head. again.
Yeah, I got, yeah, progressives and
Yeah,
I think things are going bad now. This is, so I can't see that. Oy, oy, oy. Okay. Oh, there's Chuck. Fine. Tell him to leave. Be gone with you. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining the meeting for the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee meeting for the city of Tumwater for Monday, September 29th, 2025. And we will start by recall. Roll
Online,
call.
online, we have committee member Satpal Sohal.
Are you there?
Yes.
Present.
And Dave Bills,
President?
Brian Reynolds,
Present.
and Councilmember Eileen Swarthout.
Present. All right, and now we come up to the big time. First of all, I just wanted to say something for anybody who's listening, is just apologize to our Economic Development Director, Gene Angel. He made the presentation for the fan zone, and he does not represent Thurston Chamber. He drew the short straw today and made the presentation. So I just want people to know that he is our new guy, and hopefully he will stick around for us. So with that, so now we're going to go ahead and do the numbers. And Troy's ready for us. All right, so let's see. So we start out in Ether World, and if Satpal wants to go first with your numbers for Experience Olympia and beyond, please.
Sure. 45,000.
45, and I'll repeat these back as you say them to make sure I captured it correctly. So 45,000,
Dave?
Excuse me, 50,000,
50,000,
44,000.
44,000,
45,000.
and 45,000.
All right, moving on to the next one. We have Team Tomorrow LLC and Satpal.
7,000.
7,000,
7,500,
7,500,
9,000.
9,000,
8,000.
8,000,
Washington Center for Performing Arts, Satpal.
10,000.
10,000,
13,000,
13,000,
16,000.
and 16,000,
15,000.
15,000.
All right, Tumwater Soccer Club.
15,000.
15,000,
15,000,
15,000,
18,000.
18,000,
18,000.
18,000.
Okay, there's Tumwater Historical Association.
3,000.
3,000,
4,000.
4,000,
5,000.
5,000,
5,000,
and 5,000.
Revmo Choppers and Coffee.
4,000,
4,000,
5,000.
5,000,
6,000.
6,000,
Got loud all of a sudden.
But you were on mic, you were on mic before.
Back up.
5,000,
and 5,000.
the Olympia Symphony.
7,000,
7,000,
10,000.
10,000,
9,000.
9,000,
10,000,
and 10,000.
SWAE LLC.
9,000,
9,000,
9,000.
9,000,
10,000.
10,000,
5,000,
and 5,000.
the Olympic Fight Museum.
44,000,
44,000,
48,000.
48,000,
I'm abstaining again.
48,500,
and 48,500.
Washington State Senior Games.
10,000,
10,000,
12,000.
12,000,
13,000.
13,000,
13,000,
13,000.
the Tumwater Downtown Association.
24,000,
24,000,
28,000.
28,000,
28,000.
28,000,
30,000,
and 30,000.
okay, the Tumwater Artesian Brew Fest.
15,000,
15,000,
18,000.
18,000,
17,000.
17,000,
20,000,
20,000,
Park Foundation.
10,000,
10,000,
9,000.
9,000,
5,000.
5,000,
5,000,
5,000.
Tumwater Valley Golf Club.
6,000,
6,000,
9,000.
8,000,
9.
9,000. Thank you.
7,000.
7,000,
9,000,
and 9,000.
$2,000.
Where are we at?
oh, we're on Falls Fest now? Okay,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, okay.
2,000,
2,500.
2,500,
3,000.
3,000,
5,000?
and 5,000.
Capital Lake Fair?
9,000.
9,000,
10,000.
10,000,
9,000.
9,000,
8,500?
8,500.
And the fan zone?
30,000.
30,000,
0.
0,
0.
0,
9,0.
and 0. Oh, thank you. I'm looking at this, wondering what was going on here. Yeah. You said it was Falls Fest, and which one?
So that's just the average column.
Oh.
The LTAC average column, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so when you put in the number for Eileen's workout, you put in 20,000 for there, it did not change the number of. So it just made us wonder if there's actually a formula, it's actually pulling.
Oh, it
Oh,
is
yeah,
not, because I know what happened there, because Eileen had previously, sorry, Councilmember Swarthout had previously abstained from those, and so I did the formula to not include those. So give me a minute and I can go through and fix these. That'll be the same for a few of these. Let's just check all these real quick.
Hi, everyone. I just want to remind you that this meeting is on Zoom and is being recorded. So if you could speak into microphones, that would be appreciated.
Thank you. We will try to do that better. Okay, so some of these these other formulas are not working. They were working for Friday when I tested them. So what we can do here is just kind of do this by hand a little bit. Sorry, I'm supposed to speak into the microphone, but I'm mumbling to myself as I'm trying to figure out formulas. I was saying, what is going on here? Okay, so we've got a budget of 250,000. Total awards in the spreadsheet here are 248,958.
Wow, that's pretty
So
close.
we're really close. So we can leave it at that if you like, or if we want to adjust some of these a little bit here and there, we can do that as well.
Can you read us out the averages for each? Do you have that formula completed yet, or are you still working on that?
I've got the averages completed, yes.
For each line?
Yep.
Okay. Can we go with those?
Yes, so the average for Experience Olympia and beyond is 46,000. Team Tomorrow is 7,875. Washington Performing Arts Center is 13,500. Tumwater Soccer Club, 16,500. Historical Association, 4,250. Revmo is 5,000. Olympia Symphony Orchestra is 9,000. SWAE is 8,250. Olympic Flight Museum is 46,833. Washington Senior Games is 12,000. Tumwater Downtown Association is 27,500. Brewfest is 17,500. The Park Foundation is 7,250. Tumwater Valley Golf Club is 7,750. Tumwater Falls Fest, 3,125. Capital Lake Fair, 9,125. And Fan Zone, 7,500.
Can I ask you to repeat a couple back to me?
Yes.
Senior games. Washington State Senior Games. There we are.
Oh,
It's 12,000.
There we go.
sorry. 12,000.
And the Washington Center for the Performing Arts.
13,500.
Team Tomorrow.
Team Tomorrow is 7,875.
Brewfest.
Brewfest is 20,000. Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong column. Brewfest is 17,500.
The VCB.
$46,000.
46,000.
The Tumwater Soccer Club.
16,500.
Okay, that answers all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess the outstanding question to the committee is, do we want to leave these where they are? About $1,000. Let me add that up again. Yeah, about $1,042 below the budget of 250,000.
Make them all even numbers or something. Is that what you?
Well, just the decision is yours. Yeah.
You could add the difference to something else. I mean, or you could leave it as is, or
$1,042.
You guys, who you want to give 1,040? Good. Sub we got 1,042. Ooh.
I
And
know.
only a few of the people are sitting here in the room that are going to be affected by it. So other than that, and people listening to us.
We'll just keep it in the bank. It's fine. We don't have to give it.
That's true too.
We might need it next year.
We do have some funding that will be coming back to us. We have some contracts that we did last year that did not complete their events. So we do have some funding that will be coming back to us. So
do we know how much that is approximately? I mean, is it $1 or?
significant. But I don't know how we deal with that.
So last year, there were 3 organizations that did not complete their contracts, totaling right around $30,000 that you had recommended for funding last year, and they didn't receive it.
Because the events didn't take place, or they just didn't qualify?
Yes, one event changed entirely, so much so I confirmed with Attorney Kirkpatrick, and she said that the recommendation would have to come back before LTAC if they wanted to change their event. The other organizations withdrew entirely.
And what was the total dollar amount of those 3?
So it was the Olympia Symphony for $93.75. The Olympia Tumwater Foundation for $5,000. And one moment.
The Thurston
Chamber.
And the Tumwater Area Chamber of Commerce for $17,500.
That's a significant.
That's
total.
significant.
So 2 of those organizations already came back for this year, though, and we just funded them.
Correct. The symphony came back to this year, so that, right. So, and they're using theirs for marketing, so it's a whole different event type of thing, but I don't know. We have Karen online here. I'm not sure what we do about something like this when we're aware of this. What do we do in this situation? Are we allowed to distribute, or does it go into the bank again? I don't know. So
I would say typically it just goes back into the fund.
Okay. We wouldn't know, we didn't have this information until when they report this is after we send out our applications, correct? Typically, because we still are receiving, you're still getting information back from events that haven't completed yet. Is that correct? Is that?
So events that were funded for 2025 are still submitting invoices for this year.
Mhm.
So while we know those 3 organizations don't have a contract and they're not moving forward with any funding recommendations, we don't know yet the outstanding invoices and who will submit for their invoices. But we know those 3 won't be submitting.
So ultimately, that funding will just go back into the.
It never left because they weren't
It
paid
never
out.
left, right,
It's a
okay.
reimbursement.
So it just stays put. It's still part of our funding balance. Okay, got it. Remaining fund
is
balance,
that-
which we have actually.
Yeah, is that
Use
reflected
it
in
here.
that balance that we got on the sheet then that's not taken out, or it is?
That is not reflected in the
Okay.
balance. So that 30,000 or so will actually cover most of the 50,000 extra that you decided to do today. Or 57,000.
So it sounds like the 30 that we distributed or the extra 50 we did this year, and then we'll have that kind of flexibility next year. It sounds like if this
Definitely.
continues to be a trend, then we'll be able to have that flexibility moving forward, have a little bit of cushion. So,
Yeah, and I think we can make a note of that for next year to look at who ended up not even signing a contract,
Mhm.
and then we can bring that to you further ahead of time before this meeting, so that we can consider that amount also.
okay, a little bit better prepared. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right.
So I guess the only other question would be, is there anybody that has any individual changes to any of this? Not on a global scale, but possibly a single vendor of any kind.
Are you happy with,
I'm good.
what's up, Paul? You feel good about the,
No, I
the
feel
recommend-
positive, yeah.
are you good with the recommendations this year? Okay. Because we'll be moving these forward to city council. Dave, do we have to do a motion, or no, we don't do a motion to move these forward, or do we do?
I recommend a motion.
Okay, all right. So we have the numbers, we've gone through the numbers, we've all read through the numbers. They've been, I don't know if we want to review them again, but you've already read them into the record, correct? As far as the dollar amounts have already been read into the notes. Okay.
What is the current total again? $248 something.
248,958.
Well, then I would make a motion for $248,958 to be the amount of funding requests that this committee forwards on to the council.
For the 200.
I'll second that motion.
We have the funding request for the 2026 LTAC funds, $248,958. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, thank you so much. Thank you for your work, and thank you to our presenters, and thank you for everything this year. Appreciate your work.
Anything else left on the agenda?
Hey, do we have anything else left on the agenda here? I think we can call the September 26th or 29th, 2025 lodging tax meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.